order. This is the council meeting for June 19th, 2023. And we're going to call the meeting, and the meeting is called to order in honor of Caribbean American Heritage Month. Our first item is a special orders of the day, and the proclamation is honoring Juneteenth. And we will have,
Madam Mayor, could we take roll call?
oh, I'm sorry. I'm just going straight into it. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowing,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Here.
Mayor Koo,
Here.
Councilmember Vinker,
Here.
Councilmember Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes,
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
For the record, all present.
All right, thank you. So we'll go to special orders of the day. First one is the proclamation honoring Juneteenth 2023. It is also our second year formally bringing forward a proclamation for Juneteenth. This year, we are presenting the proclamation formally to Live in Peace, which is a local East Palo Alto nonprofit that sponsors an annual Juneteenth celebration and other community programs throughout the year. The proclamation, I've asked Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes to read. Will you please do us the honors?
Yes, thank you for doing me the honor, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it. Proclamation for Juneteenth Freedom Day. Whereas June 19th is declared as Juneteenth Freedom Day, a nationally recognized day which celebrates the rich culture, legacy, and heritage of Black and African American people. Whereas 2023 marks the 158th year of Juneteenth Freedom Day, with Juneteenth being the oldest known celebration commemorating the abolition of slavery in the United States, dating back to June 19th, 1865, when Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, with news that the war had ended, freeing the enslaved. And whereas this was 2.5 years after President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, which became official on January 1st, 1863. And whereas the U.S. Congress between 1865 and 1870 would pass key amendments to the U.S. Constitution that, upon ratification by each state, would profoundly change the legal status of those once enslaved. The 13th Amendment abolished bonded servitude. The 14th Amendment conferred citizenship upon those once enslaved. And finally, the 15th Amendment enfranchised men once held in bondage. And whereas today, Juneteenth Freedom Day celebrates Black and African American people's freedom and achievement, while encouraging continuous self-development and respect for all cultures as it takes on a more national, symbolic, and even global perspective. And whereas annual Juneteenth celebrations are held throughout the Bay Area in cities such as San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, and as close as East Palo Alto, place on Saturday, June 17th, 2023 at Bell Street Park. And whereas East Palo Alto is also home to Live in Peace, a nonprofit organization centered around empowering at-risk youth and young adults to reclaim the vision for their future, which serves the East Palo Alto and Palo Alto communities. And whereas, as part of their mission, Live in Peace, quote, shows that deep community roots and a family-style approach can support young people facing economic insecurity and unequal access to opportunity, unquote. And whereas Palo Alto, largely inspired by local nonprofits such as Live in Peace, continues the journey of addressing racial inequities and focusing on efforts to increase diversity, inclusion, and belonging, as expressed in the City of Palo Alto's Equity Mission Statement. Now, therefore, Lydia Koo, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, does hereby recognize and celebrate June 19th as Juneteenth Freedom Day and calls upon our community to reaffirm our commitment to eradicating hate, racism, and inequity and continuing the work of equity, justice, and hope. Presented this day, June 19th, 2023, and signed by Lydia Koo, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes. And now I'd like to ask the representatives from Live in Peace if you have anything you'd like to say. If not,
Thank you all for inviting us and for honoring the day. Bob Hoover, who you've also honored before, is part of our team. He's 91 and he was just a little tired right now, so he did not come. But on behalf of Bob Hoover and Live in Peace, we are thankful for that. For me as a white woman, I think it's very important to remember that when everybody is not free, nobody is free. And so for us, we celebrate this day because it represented the truth of freedom in our country. Live in Peace, and Eugene has been a big part of bringing back Juneteenth celebrations. It's been going on there since the 70s, but there was a little lull, and Eugene brought it back with a group of community partners, so we honor that. We also thank you because we partner with you in jobs and creating pipelines between college graduates and high school graduates looking for jobs in the city, and we think it's a great marriage, and so that's another form of freedom, for economic freedom, when we look to find living wage jobs in ways that can move up and be strong and productive. So we thank you for that. And we honor
Thank you so much. Will you please come up on the dais and take a picture with us and receive your proclamation? Thank you. Well, thank you to Live in Peace for all your work. We're going to go to our next agenda item, which is to find out if we have any agenda changes, additions, and deletions.
Sorry for the lag there, Mayor. Let's see, in terms of changes for this evening, no substantive changes. We did have some titles that changed on a couple of the so I'm sure it is aware of this, but for public awareness, that there was an item added to the end of the agenda. So your last item this evening to be heard will be the proposed Friendship City program.
It's a colleague's memo.
Yes, the colleague's
Yes.
memo on that topic.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And with that, we can go to public comments on items that are not on the agenda.
Our first speaker is Liz Gardner, followed by Sharon Huang.
Liz Gardner, 2500 El Camino Real, that's Mayfield Place. How many minutes do I get here? Oh, it's already taken. Happy Juneteenth. I'm a senior. I'm also a single parent of two, and I also am the head of household. I just wanted to recognize this holiday as well as addressing poverty, housing, rent discrimination, wage disparities, and a lack of teen resources for the underserved right here in Palo Alto. I am here to inform the public, since I've already informed each and every one of you on the council, that the other day my household received a lease violation for my son skateboarding on an adjacent property, a public easement, a public access easement, no less. What is going on with our social construct right now in this town? There is very little outdoor space for our kids at this Mayfield Place. We don't even know which neighborhood Mayfield Place belongs to. It is on Stanford Research Park property, but I have no idea if we're part of College Terrace, if we're part of Mayfield. We're in a nowhere land. We are sitting on top of a parking lot, and I have two teens that were not hurt. I have one teen who was not hurting anything, hurting himself or any property. And to get a lease violation on an adjacent property is shameful. And especially since we're low income, and this is just wrong. So I am just simply stating, in our complex, there are students that are practicing instruments. There are little kids riding their trikes and bicycles. And I really feel like our complex, not only is there overflowing trash in receptacles, that we are being subjected to outlandish, oppressive types of rules and regulations with no resources for us. And this is just unconscionable, and I really hope that the city council addresses this. I've been up to this DS many, many times. I want to know where we live, and we're not allowed to go to the soccer field because of the soccer leagues. Little kids aren't going to cross ECR to go over to Pierce Park. They're not going to cross Dudley, California at ECR because we know what happened there. So give us some answers. And this, again, is a comment for the public. I'd like you to know that rent ordinances and rent
Thank you for
registries
your
do
comment.
nothing until we have rights
Thank you for your
for our
comment, but your
rental
time
housing.
is up. Our next speaker is Sharon Huang, followed by JT Chen.
Thank you for the opportunity. Mayor Gu and the council members, my name is Sharon, and I'm a resident in Midtown Palo Alto. As mentioned during last Sunday's town hall meeting, there is a tenant residing on our street, Sutter Avenue. He is using our R1 residential neighborhood as his operating base to run his car rental business. He is using the car sharing app maintains, repairs, washes his rental cars in his driveway. He also used our residential street as his free parking lot for his car rental business. We have documented all photos, videos to showing the parking, traffic, strangers come and go and pick up and return the car 24 hours on our street. Even the suspicious circumstances showing strangers prowling on our street, urinating in public before they drove away. We have also identified, matched every single cars parked in front of their house on our street to prove they are Turo rental cars. And we spotted most of their fleet cars in our neighborhood. Please be aware, during the high demand season, like now, all their rental cars are consistently rented out. However, during slower season, our Sutter Avenue and nearby street are becoming their busting parking lot. Either way, this clearly violates the zoning code, the 18.42.060. This Turo car rental business should not be allowed in our R1 residential neighborhood. This tenant, this Turo host, should just rent a commercial parking lot for his car rental business. So we have forwarded all evidence to city. We have contacted, emailed the code enforcement officers. Unfortunately, the response we got is no code violation found. Case closed. Therefore, we are here at the city council meeting today to ask city to help to enforce the existing zoning code to stop such car rental business in our residential neighborhoods. And I have printed out a set of evidence here with me for your reference. Thank you.
Our next speaker is JT Chen, followed by Zolik Fitch-Tenholz.
Thank you for the opportunity. Mayor Gu and council members, my name is JT Chen. I'm a resident on the same street. I would like to re-emphasize the security concern Sharon just mentioned. The tenant's car rental business has a serious impact on our neighborhood. Why? Every day we have kids around on the street, walking, biking, playing, and this car rental business brings lots of strangers and frequent turnaround of rental cars into our neighborhood. These strangers and unfamiliar cars endanger our kids' safety and put them at risk. Not to mention, it has been reported in news that several crimes, such as theft, robbery, and drug trafficking are connecting to tour cars. Please also note it, this tenant's tour car rental business started at East Meadow Drive with a fleet of 26 rental cars. Now he moved to our street in Midtown. And who will be the next? Who will be the next? All of these parking, traffic, and security concerns are the consequences of this two-road rental business in our residential neighborhoods. And this should not be allowed in our Palo Alto. This is clearly a code violation of 18.42.060. So we urgently request the city's assistance in enforcing the existing zoning code for the safety of his residents. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zolik Fitch-Tenholz, followed by Rachel Croft.
Thank you, council members. Thank you for coming out on a holiday. So I also want to support my neighbors from Sutter Avenue, okay, about this tour business. But I want to address this issue from a simple standpoint. This sets a precedent. If it's not addressed, okay, what will prevent other people do the same thing? Because this is clearly against the code. So if it goes unattended and unaddressed, okay, the other people can do the same thing. At that point, we have even a bigger problem because then then what do? Okay, you allow this particular business, but don't you allow mine? This is a very, very big concern of mine. Okay. So this, the parking situation and the safety, of course, is a prime concern of all of us. Okay, I also want to address the issue that I wrote to Mr. Reynolds from the code enforcement, and for the record, I need to submit my letter. Which can I submit the letter for the record? Please. That's for the record to the city, which went unanswered, which is very disturbing. Okay. Tried to call, left messages, no answer. Okay. So about the city, we asked the city the council to step up to and intervene in this situation to start enforcing their own codes, because if there is no respect to laws, codes, and regulations, what else do we have? Okay, so these cars, in addition to the concerns that already were voiced, these cars, because of whatever reason, they park the wrong way. Okay, here's another exhibit I would like to submit to the city. Okay, these cars are parked the wrong way. And nobody bothers to do this, to address this, okay? So this is unsafe, as we all know. That's why there is a code and there is a state regulation, and so we have city code violation, state law violation, and nobody does anything about it. So thank you for your attention, and hopefully, we really hope you will address this issue accordingly. Okay, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Rachel Croft, followed by Aram James.
I have a couple slides. Oh, it looks like you've got them ready. I have a little intro first, but so Mayor Koo and council members, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rachel Croft and a resident of Mariposa Avenue, and I'm here to comment on the reconsideration of the viaduct as an option for the Churchill crossing. I'm disbelieving and kind of disappointed that the viaduct is back. To discount the near decade of work on crossings and reintroduce an option that was twice defeated with vocal and active community opposition is kind of troubling. And personally, as a resident that has been fighting the viaduct for 5 years to prevent the destruction of the peace and privacy of our house and the value of our property, I'm extremely distressed. And perhaps the current council in its entirety isn't aware of our neighbors' prior activity in opposition to the viaduct. It would affect all of the houses along the Caltrain tracks in our neighborhood and the nearby neighborhood. And we submitted a petition against the viaduct in 2019, which I'll submit again here. I do have some slides. It looks like they're up. So the Caltrain corridor, if you go to the next slide, is extremely narrow as it parallels Mariposa Street. It's only about 60 feet wide. And if we live along the south side of the tracks, if you go to the next slide, a shoe fly track would need to be built in order to construct the viaduct, which due to the narrow corridor would force the viaduct to be 2 feet behind our back fence as circled on the upper left. Next slide, please. The viaduct would elevate the tracks 20 feet high with 16-foot tall trains running on top, putting the trains at a height of 36 feet. The electric wires are suspended 30 feet above the tracks for a total height of 50 feet. And using a standard 8-foot fence as a reference, you'll realize that the consultant's rendering of the train behind our back fence doesn't give you a real sense of what it would be like. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. Here's our backyard, matching dimensions apples to apples with the rendering. And next slide, please. Oh, up one slide, please. There you go. And what it would look like with 36-foot high double-decker Caltrains sunlight and sky, and the wires aren't shown because they are too high for this picture. Slide, please. But it gets worse. Caltrain tracks also carry freight trains, about 3 per day, transporting concrete, heavy industrial materials, and liquid vessels with unknown contents. The thought of 3 trains, those freight trains a day passing 36 feet in the air right above our back fence is just simply terrifying. And the visual impact, massive scale, sound and proximity, all of those. And then there's the chance of derailment, which actually happens in the US. If you go to the next slide, there are 1,000 trains a year in the US and even a Caltrain, which derailed in 2019. So to conclude, I just wanted to ask this current council again to reconsider your reconsideration of the viaduct because it does have real impacts for the people in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram James, followed by Temo Aguilar.
Okay, I wanted to commend the city for honoring Juneteenth Day. One of the things that I have concern about is that it's not been made a city holiday for the employees. I was a county employee for many years, and of course the county is honoring it as a holiday. It's a federal holiday, so city employees should be given that day off. The mention of Bob Hoover, yes, he was awarded for his work in East Palo Alto, long work on with youth and returning incarcerated individuals, reentry programs, golf program. Bob Hoover is definitely an extraordinary human being, but when he came to receive the award, he said when he graduated with a master's degree in 1968 from Stanford, he tried to buy property in Palo Alto and no one would sell it. He's a Black man, Mr. Hoover. No one would sell him a home. And I thought at that time, the award was presented by Pat Burt and did a nice job and all, but I brought up the question of why are we not talking about, and I know, Julie, you've said this in different ways, so I'm not exactly quoting it, but if you can't name it, you can't claim it. And we refuse, except for Greg Tanaka, to have a powerful, thoughtful conversation about reparations. Bob Hoover undoubtedly should have been able to buy a house anywhere in Palo Alto and grow his equity, but instead he was excluded, and the mayor didn't want to take that issue on. But Bob Hoover was courageous enough to take it on. So let's and I know I've been listening to a lot of the speakers on the radio at different Juneteenth celebrations, and they're all talking about, hey, what's going to happen with reparations? We were promised 40 acres and a mule, and nothing's been delivered. In the city of Palo Alto, again, if we can't name it, then we can't claim it as something that is a positive discussion in the city of Palo Alto. I also wanted to read the headlines from page, it's here in the weekly, page 18, regarding last week's decision on LifeSmooth. Despite nonprofits' questionable track record, City Council okays interim housing complex near the Baylands. Goes on to talk about how Mr. Merriman, with the Mountain View Voice, a dozen times they requested him to have a conversation with the paper, and they didn't do that. And last week, did you see after I spoke, the mayor apologized for what I said to the Life Moves people? Well, you know what, Mayor? I'll do my own damn apologies when they're necessary. You apologize for your attack on the NAACP and your segregationist housing. You call yourself a residentialist, but you're a segregationist. You went after the NAACP over Foothills Park. And how did that work out?
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Temel Aguilar, followed by Phoebe Moto Judges.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Temel Aguilar. I'm a field representative for the NorCal Carpenters Union Local 405 right here in Santa Clara County. And I would like to share my experience with everyone here and what the Carpenters Union has done for myself and for my family when we have local projects that adopt labor standards. Construction apprenticeship programs have the resources and ability to lift our neighbors out of poverty and into a comfortable middle-class lifestyle without drawing on taxpayers. Our county's veterans here also can be brought directly into our apprenticeship program through a program called Helmets to Hard Hats. And not only will their training fees be taken care of, veterans can collect their GI Bill while going through the program. Apprentices go through the entire program without owing a dime. It is even possible for apprentices to purchase their first homes close to where they work while in the apprenticeship program. To be able to create a local viable pool of skilled laborers is one of the main missions of the Carpenters Union. The Carpenters Union also offers an excellent healthcare program where sadly so many workers have none. These workers have to rely mainly on social programs and overly taxed emergency rooms. When my son was injured while playing varsity football, he had torn a ligament in his hand and lost motor functions of one of his fingers. My son had the medical coverage to repair his hand and bring him back to 100% functionality through top-notch physical therapy. If we can adopt these sorts of standards, a living wage, an apprenticeship program, a good health and welfare program, you will see the standard of living throughout our community in the Bay Area rise up. I thank you all for allowing me to be able to share my personal experiences and just a small part of what the Carpenters Union's resources can do for our community. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Phoebe Moda Judges, followed by Carla Beta.
Good evening, council members. My name is Phoebe Mota Judges. I hope you are doing well. I'm here today as a representative of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or Pacc. We have seen all over the news in recent weeks the horrific air quality in Canada and New York. As temperatures rise and droughts worsen, we will see more extreme fires with a prolonged season, meaning that even worse air quality is in our future. However, air quality is not just an issue during fire season. According to the American Lung Association's 2023 State of Air Report, the Bay Area and Santa Clara County specifically received an F in graded areas for high ozone days and 24-hour particle pollution. Air pollution is linked to numerous health issues from increased risk of asthma to lung cancer to heart attacks and strokes. When talking about air pollution, it is crucial that we not overlook the impact of gas appliances in our own homes. Data from the Energy Information Administration shows that gas stoves alone produce over 25 million tons of carbon pollution each year just in the US. Furthermore, earlier this year, 30,000 gas stoves were recalled due to dangerous levels of carbon monoxide emissions, an odorless gas that can cause serious injury and even death. With greenhouse gas emissions continually on the rise and air pollution at record high levels, it is vital that we take the next steps to transition away from natural gas to a safer and more sustainable solution. For that reason, we urge the Council to set a sunset date to end the flow of natural gas. Palo Alto truly has the opportunity to lead and be one of the first cities to adopt this ambitious target. A shutoff date will set a clear timeline for Palo Alto utilities and homeowners and speed up the necessary process of electrification. We urge you to provide the necessary resources to not only ensure a smooth transition, but provide the support needed for an equitable transition that does not leave lower income communities with a burden too big to bear. We hope you consider taking this next step for a healthier, safer, sustainable future. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Carla Beta, followed by Albert Lustre.
Is that Carla Beffera? Is that B-E-F? Is that me? Yeah. Okay. I'm assuming I'm the right person. Good evening. I wanted to thank the council for item number 13 on the consent calendar, which is the appointment of a committee of 3 neighbors who will liaise with the city regarding Castelleo's expansion. Thank you very much for your consent on that item. The 3 members of that committee were approved by all of the neighbors polled. 100% agree that they would be excellent candidates. All of them live on the same side of Embarcadero as the school. None of them are affiliated with the school in any way. None had children who went to the school. All of them are certainly impacted by the impacts of the school. So we think they're terrific candidates and we appreciate your consent on that item. We think it's important to have them in place as the school goes into its TDM measures at the end of this month. I also wanted to draw your attention to the recent news that the school has announced that it is going to remain on campus in the next calendar year, but it is adding enrollment and increasing to 450 with the extra students to be housed at the JCC. The council's motion last year was that the school could grow if it moved off campus during construction, and it's creating a hybrid of growing and remaining on campus. Among our concerns is that when they do all school events, it will cause the impact on the neighborhood that we were trying to avoid. And that will happen when it's under construction and when none of the mitigations that the construction would have solved are in place, such as the garage. So we'd like the attention of the council to this matter as it comes up in the coming weeks and months. And we appreciate your attention to this matter. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Albert Lustre.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Albert Lucio with the Carpenters Local 405. And I just gotta say, it's great to see new development come into our city. But it'd be great to see this project built by a responsible general contractor. A responsible general contractor that pays and promotes apprenticeship, local hire, healthcare, and a livable wage. Earning a livable wage ensures that construction workers, as myself, can afford rent in our city, be able to support our family by providing all basic needs, not leave them check by check. Also, not even check by check gives the construction workers the opportunity to provide a higher education to his children, promote a better future to their family, and not just a dream. Also, having a general contractor that pays a livable wage, it prevents wage theft, tax fraud that happens more than often. Having a responsible contractor ensures that construction workers have a healthcare for all the family, for him and his family, and not to become a burden to the system, since 80% of the construction workers depend on some sort of government aid. Apprenticeship programs promotes training, education for at-risk youth, minorities, and women into a 4-year apprenticeship program. For some of us, like myself, is the only opportunity we have to be successful and be able to live, to be able to earn a livable wage. Getting the training at the job sites and the training centers. Apprenticeship programs gives the construction workers a shot to the American dream. This program also provides college credits that apprentices can continue a higher education and obtain a college degree. By hiring local, it promotes quality of life for the construction workers. By being able to spend more time with his loved ones and be able to part of our community. It also benefits the environment by reducing pollution and by not pushing a local workforce away from our cities. I would like to ask our elected officials, please promote a responsible contractor that promotes apprenticeship, local hire, healthcare, and all future projects in the city of Palo Alto. Thank you for your time.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we'll move to council member. Yes.
I just wanted to check with the city manager. We had two public comments that seem appropriate for follow-ups on the Mayfield Place lease violation claim, and then this issue of operating a commercial business in a residential neighborhood.
Just note for the council's and community's awareness that I did have the opportunity to follow up with the residents on Sutter Avenue. So we are reopening the code enforcement review. Not so sure about the Mayfield Place issue. I will need to look into that and will inform the council.
Thank you. And with that, we will go to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, in consultation with Mayor Koo, we are proposing to allocate $10,000 from the council contingency funds towards Third Thursday in order to be able to help provide funds so that this new, pretty exciting event can continue to help revitalize businesses on Cal Ave and just provide our community a real wonderful place to be able to gather and listen to live music and shop, play, and dine at the various restaurants on the street. And a little plug for the event. I was there last Thursday. I know several of my colleagues up here were as well. It really is an incredible event. The musicians are all wonderful, and there's just vibrancy on that street. It really is a great space to be able to gather. And so if you have not had a chance to get out there, any of my colleagues or any member of the public listening, please do. They're on third Thursdays, and the next one will be in July. So we're kind of hoping that this money will just demonstrate our support and belief in third Thursdays, and wish it all the success.
I just want to add that this will come out from the FY23 Council Contingency Fund, and this will be in partnership with Chamber of Commerce as well as with the Third Thursday Committee. So the appropriations will be going towards Chamber of Commerce for disbursement. And then with that, I see Council Member Tanaka has an announcement.
Actually, I was going to ask a question, but you just answered it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other lights, so I'll go ahead. I had the pleasure of being invited to meet with President Biden today. He did stop by Palo Alto on his way to Atherton and Los Gatos. We met out in the Baylands, and he committed to, and he's moving forward with his action plan to invest in America, especially in climate, and dedicating $600 million towards it. And it was a true pleasure meeting him. And then onto a less exciting item, I did attend last week's ABAG General Assembly, and essentially they are having trouble with their CalPERS, and as you know, ABAG had merged with MTC, and so previous to merging, they had the CalPERS, which they are actually trying to work in to up their investment there for the pension liabilities. And so there will be a increase to our ABAG dues. Currently in FY 2022 to 23, it is $17,749 for Palo Alto, our dues. In 2023 to 2024, the dues are going to be $19,524. And so that is my report back to City Council. Thank you. Oh, Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. I'd just like to follow up and acknowledge the significance of the event that Mayor Koo represented us at today with the president, the governor, and our congresswoman and local legislators. That was a big deal that the president chose our Baylands and the Lucy Evans Baylands Center as the showcase for announcing a major national climate resiliency initiative. And we often hear from members of our community the question of, when we take initiatives as a community on our climate protection or our climate mitigations and resiliency, we only are a drop in the bucket globally. But events like this show the leveraged impact that our actions have. And the president having chosen this community to make this announcement is something that we should really be grateful of and appreciative of. So I just wanted to add my comments on that.
Thank you for adding that. He shook my hand, so I've been trying not to wash my hand.
Can I touch your hand?
No, oh, you can.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
All right, so we finished with council member questions, comments, and announcements. Now we'll move to our consent calendar. Is there any public comments for consent calendar?
Our first speaker is Liz Gardner, followed by Ken Horowitz.
And this is on consent calendar item, the rent registry, correct?
You're making public comment on consent calendar items?
I had two numbers there, 15.
15 and 27?
And 15 is leaf blowers. Yeah, I'd like to just comment that along with gas-powered leaf blowers, there should be more stringent regulation and oversight on the times in which these leaf blowers are coming out. Again, and I keep bringing up 2500 El Camino Real. This is the second time. The first time I gave our management a warning, they had come out at 7:30. This is when they were actually using a gas-powered leaf blower about a month and a half ago, the day after you guys had it on the agenda just a bit ago. And now they've switched over to the quiet one, except they're now still coming at about 7:45 in the morning. So I know there's two different times. There's 8, 9, 10. So maybe for multifamily homes, there could be a little bit more understanding and clarity and transparency about when these leaf blowers and these gardening maintenance people are coming in. We're hardworking, 71 unit family. Most 95% of us work. We have kids. We're trying to get kids to school. And we're trying to get a little bit of extra wink, from maybe working nights at a hospital or whatever. So that's all I wanted to say on that item. Thank you.
Did you want to speak on 27?
Yes, this is on, I think you guys are second reading on the rental registry again, to reinforce that it's one thing to have a registry, it's another thing to really support renters in the city, especially those single moms, low income, people of color, all abilities, all ages. As I stated before, we've gotten a lease violation for something that wasn't even on our property. And, we have little space, little room to do much when tenants are getting penalized or punished for getting a little fresh air, especially teens and children, doing something that's climate friendly, like riding a skateboard and getting some exercise at a reasonable hour for a short period of time on a property that is a public easement. So that said, it's really important that our council, especially on this day, Juneteenth, that we're recognizing not only people of color and the emancipation of slavery, but the graduation from slavery to wage slavery. And, you know, we need some.
Thank you for your comment. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Ken Horowitz.
Good evening. I'm going to speak on 3 items on the consent calendar, numbers 3, numbers 20, and number 37. And all 3 of these either relate to Coverly or the Palo Alto Unified School District. And I think I'm here to support these particular items. But we're going to be entering negotiations, I understand, in August with Palo Alto Unified School District regarding land acquisition. And then next year, we're going to be negotiating with, again, Palo Alto Unified School District in regards to the lease, which comes up in 2024. So one of these items, the number 3, is a restroom, which is needed, but it belongs to Palo Alto Unified School District, that land. And what if we don't continue the lease? And now we spent $369,000 to put a restroom in for the school district. In regards to items 20, it's going to cost the city $1 million over 2 years for athletic field brokering. And then finally, item number 37 is a lease agreement with the Unified School District regarding extended daycare spas. So my point is that we're going to be undergoing negotiations. So maybe we should just ask the city manager to just hold off on the implementation of these particular projects. Let's see how the negotiations go. This could be an extra card that we might have that we don't want to have to use right away. So I am encouraging you to direct the city manager to kind of hold off, maybe to see in August how things are going with negotiations. And again, with negotiations regarding the future lease. So thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Becky Sanders, followed by Aram James.
Good evening, council members. I'm Becky Saunders. I live in Ventura, and I'm speaking on item number 7. I'm pretty sure this is a slam dunk for you all this evening, but I just want to say that Bulwer Park is our big park here in North Ventura. It is tiny, and we are so excited about the addition of land and a whole facelift with a whole bunch of brand new amenities. So I know that the price has gone up a wee bit. I'm just really hoping that you all will just go ahead and fund this thing in its entirety. I mean, we could have had 25 people come tonight, but we were asked by people to say, hey, just let a couple people speak. And I know you got some letters because we don't want to take any more of your valuable time. But this is a very vital signal to send to us in Ventura that, you know, we're like everybody else. We have parity. Our children and our families matter, and we can get all the good stuff too. So thank you very much for taking this matter up. Please fund the park in its entirety. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Aram James, followed by a mobile caller ending in 062.
So first of all, there's way too many items on the consent calendar. Councilmember Tanaka, I'm sure you're going to look at the costs involved here. I'm specifically talking about why item 9 and 16 are not agendized as action items. A purchase order with Pivot Interiors in the amount of $756,021 and a purchase order with One Workplace in the amount of $480,000 for the public safety building. So, you know, somebody wanted to explore whether some of the furniture that's already there could be used at the new, what I call the Slave Catcher Center. So those are extraordinary costs that Mr. Shikata and the team that sold us the Slave Catcher Center didn't let us know about. Maybe we should have figured it out on our own. And then an additional purchase order with AVIAT Networks in the amount of $438,907 for radio communication system for the new public safety building, etc. And the Daily Post has an article about the budget. You guys want to, I'm going to the bottom of the first paragraph of the article on page 18, I believe it is. And they're talking about the new budget also proposes the addition of 2 police officers to work in traffic enforcement at a cost of $391,000. I'll bet you our psychiatric response team, the one person that was there is now not been rehired. You need to talk to Andrew Binder about that, because probably paying them $50,000 or $60,000 alongside the traffic cops that are making close to $200,000 before we talk about benefits. We're also going to be hiring a new worker for the police station for another $165,000. Then there's another $84,000 a year. Then $100,000 for security at the city council meetings. On and on and on. So Chicata's boondoggle, not only is it not finished, and by the way, it talks about the fact that the price has nearly doubled since the inception of the idea of putting in this Slave Catcher Center. It says here, the cost has more than doubled since 2018, when the city said the new police station would cost $57.8 million. We're now at $117,000 and continuing to count. So Greg, I'm asking you to use your accountant mind and just dig into these things. And why aren't they action items? Why is Shikata jamming these all down our throats at the last city council meeting for the next until August? Thank you.
Our next speaker is mobile caller ending in 0262.
Hi, my name is Allison. I'm a volunteer for Downtown Streets team. I just wanted to thank the council so much for saving my life and many others by providing support to this wonderful program. I am 58 years old and I've lived in this county all my life. And I moved, except for 3 years when I had to move back in 2020. And thanks to Downtown Streets team, they supported me and got me into permanent housing from a hotel to a temporary 2-year program. And now I'm in my own permanent housing. Not only have they helped me, they've helped my son's father, who had a triple bypass, who went from being on the streets since 2014 into housing, and now he is secured in housing because of Downtown Street Team. We see miracles every day in this program. Thank you so much for supporting it. You change lives. And not only does it keep the downtown Palo Alto clean of cigarettes and trash and debris, it helps the people that do that. And thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And with that, is there anybody who'd like to speak on the consent here on council? I see no lights. So would someone like to make, excuse me. So I see a light come from Council Member Tanaka.
Question. I was a little bit confused today because we have so many items on consent, but we have consent at 2 parts. We have consent on, I guess, from now to, I guess, items 4, is it 4? No, 2 to 27. And then we have later on 30 through 40. And so which consent are we talking about today?
City Manager, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. Just for clarity, the item before you at this moment is only items 2 through 27. And then the second consent calendar that you mentioned are items that are dependent on the budget approval. Therefore, we'll have a second consent calendar after you consider and presumably approve the budget. And I believe at that point, we'll recommend to also take additional public testimony on those items.
Okay, so for the first set of consent items, I'm a no on 9, 17, and 18, and 27.
Do we have a motion for approval of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Livcott Haynes. '26.
Councilmember Livcott Haynes?
Actually,
Yes.
hold on a second. The thing says 2 through 9, it says 2 through 8. I think you have to fix that.
Thank you.
Very good.
Councilmember Livcott Haynes?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Mayor Ku?
Yes.
Motion's carry.
Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to 9, 17, 18, and 27 on your no vote?
Yes, and I also like to share my screen, but I have to wait for the, okay, thank you. Okay, I think you guys could see my screen now. Okay, so the first one is about office furniture for our public safety building. Well, first let me just remark that we have a crazy number of consent items on the calendar. Like, it's really tough to make sure everything's okay, but anyways, that's a different topic. So on item 9, we're spending about $1.2 million on office furniture for our public safety building. This is an article that came out recently, and this was actually about Redwood City, and they were spending about $500,000 a year. By the way, Redwood City is 20% bigger than Palo Alto. So they're 20% bigger, but we're spending, for our public safety bill, not for City Hall. This is for City Hall, $500,000. So we're spending a lot more. And the other part that really kind of got me was when I looked at the purchase orders attached to this staff report, it did not have a breakdown of like what the cost was, like how much of each stuff was there. So I looked at, well, what are we buying, right? So I found out we're buying, I'm not sure you guys heard this brand called Herman Miller, but Herman Miller is like crazy expensive, right? I mean, just gives you some prices of what the kind of chairs that we're, I don't know if these are the chairs, because again, there's no breakdown, but these are, I buy my stuff from Costco, right? And, I think a $200, $500 chair is plenty good, but I don't know. Are we getting this $8,000 chair? I don't know, because it's not in the in the staff report, but I just know that we're spending $1.2 million on office furniture for a public safety building, which strikes me as really, really expensive for the amount of furniture that we need. So I don't know what kind of furniture we're getting, but it seems like it's going to be very pricey. And for and then on 17 is more of an issue of the contract that we're supposed to approve is not in the staff report. So I don't know how we could approve something like that. The staff report's there, but there's no contract associated with it. So that's mainly the reason why I can't approve it is because unless the contract's there, I will not approve the item. 18 is about replacing our phone system. So the current system with Avaya, I don't have necessarily issue with that, but what I do have an issue with is, we're replacing the system with a new system after, many years, which probably seems appropriate, but we did not get a multiple bid. And I don't know why. To me, it seems like we should have. It's a pretty expensive project. So not multiple bids, which kind of puzzled me. And not only is it not multiple bid, but when I looked up the vendor on the website, Vox Communication, it's actually not listed as one of their partners. I mean, there's a lot of companies a lot closer to us, but Vox, the people we picked, is not there, and yet it was the sole. It looks like it was a direct award. If it was multiple bid, certainly the staff report didn't talk about that. So when we're making such expensive purchases, and I think this one was, let's see, it was, I can't find the number right now, but it was, I think, 500K or something like that. I think it's really important that we really try to make sure that we are spending our taxpayer money wisely, that we are getting the best deal that we possibly can. And when we don't multiple bid things, we are not getting a good deal. So I'm very concerned the fact that we decided to just do a direct award here versus try to shop it around and try to get maybe a vendor, a reseller that is closer to us. So, Avaya has over 20 different potential partners here. We didn't pick any of them. We just didn't multiple bid. So that was a little bit disappointing. And then 27, basically I voted no on that last time, so it's no again this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. City Manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Actually, if I could get assistance from the city clerk on a few slides. I'd like to, before I get into the slides, just cover a few items that came up over the course of the afternoon. First off, perhaps picking up on the mayor's opportunity to visit with the president. Also wanted to take the moment to thank our staff that were involved in security. As you might imagine, the Secret Service takes a primary role on presidential visits, but our departments and a number of departments are involved essentially on security in the surrounding community. And so that would include our police department, Office of Emergency Services, our fire department, and in particular, in this case, our community services department, in order to ensure that public access to the area with the president's visit was handled securely. Now, recognize that also means some inconvenience to our residents and other visitors in the area. So appreciate the community's cooperation through really important visit, as was noted earlier. Then did want to address one note regarding Juneteenth. I appreciate this special order and had received some questions around the city's practice of celebrating Juneteenth. So just want to provide some background for community members for awareness that last year, in March of last year, City Council had a discussion and took action regarding what we had referred to as key dates of historic significance, and the City Council took action on a number of important dates, including Juneteenth, to recognize these as dates of historic significance. And as part of that action, both took took action specific to those dates, but also referred to our Human Relations Commission request for some additional work on how best to recognize and celebrate these dates. And that report is pending and should be coming back from the Human Relations Commission shortly. But also note that earlier this calendar year, the City Council approved its meeting dates for the calendar year. And we do expect that that will be done each year. And so we'll provide an opportunity in future years to consider and make adjustments to how the city celebrates these dates of significance over the course of our calendar. And then let's see, two other things. The mayor noted the allocation of City Council contingency funds to the Third Thursday event. And we want to call attention to the fact that that is a new procedure that is reflected in the new policy and procedures handbook. And if it is not online, it will be online maybe tonight. And so I'm told that it is online now. So the now newly adopted procedures and protocols handbook by the City Council will reflect that process of the mayor and vice mayor reporting on that allocation up to $10,000 from the council's contingency program. And then, sorry, one last thing before we move on to the slides this evening. Just want to note with respect to the council's consent calendar, Councilmember Tanaka identified a number of concerns he had raised. I would simply like to note for community awareness, the council is well aware that we do have a process in which questions can be asked and also provide staff an opportunity to respond to those questions before the council meeting. And so, quite frankly, when issues are raised for the first time at the council meeting, we don't have the opportunity to provide appropriate context for comparisons such as to Redwood City, which I'm sure would be a very different situation. But in any case, by having those questions in advance, it would allow us to provide a more thoughtful response. I would note one item that I would flag based on council members' comments, that as it relates to the item, I believe it's one of the items as it relates to our phone system. This was number 18, that purchase agreement was competitively solicited through our National Cooperative Purchasing Alliance, which quite frankly is an efficiency measure that allows competitive procurements by this consortium to be applied by individual agencies, and therefore does not require us to do individual procurements for every contract. It allows us to take advantage of bulk pricing that is achievable through those cooperative arrangements. Okay, so with that, let me go on to a few quick items for council and community awareness for this evening. Next slide, please. Some upcoming events during the council's July recess and actually beginning tomorrow. But note that at our Junior Museum and Zoo, we will have a special story time celebrating and continuing celebration of Juneteenth from 11 a.m. to noon. Then our library will always challenge us to increase our reading by providing a reading list for community members of all ages to explore the topic of Juneteenth. Don't forget our 4th of July and celebration at Mitchell Park and chili cook-off. Then also related to 4th of July, would remind all not council members, community members, that fireworks continue to be illegal in Palo Alto as well as most surrounding communities, and encourage community members to participate or attend professional fireworks shows. And then finally, our Municipal Services Center open house, July 15th, Saturday. And I'll make sure that also share that with our partners at Live in Peace, as we have had ongoing discussions of career opportunities in public service. And I think that would also be a next excellent opportunity to introduce, especially community members that are still in school, as potential career options that are much broader than people realize. Next slide, please. Then also on continuing with the will continue through the summer and offering an opportunity both to do some good reading as well as to participate in this valuable program. Next slide, please. Then let's see, turning to a more serious note, upcoming community meeting on wildfire preparedness, particularly for our residents in the foothills, but also in throughout the city. Good opportunity to get up to date on wildfire preparedness measures, as well as opportunity to compare notes with other community members. And this will be at the Palo Alto Hills Golf and Country Club, then July 6th. Next slide, please. Then finally, just look forward into August. We are still having some movement on specific items that will be held on your council agenda in August. So would simply flag the dates of the August 7th, 14th, and 21st, where we will have a number of pre-screenings, development pre-screenings, as well as hearings related to the 340 Portage property, the former Fry's site, as well as potential development opportunities for parking facilities and affordable housing in the downtown area. As was noted by a member of the community, the Castellea Transportation Demand Management Program will be coming back to the City Council for review, our economic development strategy with our consultant Street Sense, and then finally weed abatement program hearing. And I believe that is my last slide. With that, back to you, Mayor Koo.
Thank you, City Manager. With that, we're going to move into our action items. Our first action item, number 28, is the Finance Committee. Finance Committee recommends adoption of 4 resolutions. One is approving the fiscal year 2024 wastewater collection utility financial plan, proposed reserve transfers, and increasing wastewater rates by amending wastewater collection rate schedules. Second is approving the fiscal year 2024 water utility financial plan, proposed reserve transfers and increasing water rates by amending water rate schedules. 3 is amending utility rate schedules and also to increase dark fiber rates by 4.9% and amending rate schedules for EDF 3 to make technical revisions with no rate change. And lastly, amending utility rate schedule D1, increasing the stormwater management fee by 4.9% per month per equivalent residential unit for fiscal year 2024. And I wanted to also mention, as we consider these items related to utility rates and financial plans, first, we'll hold a public hearing on proposed changes to the city's wastewater collection and water rates as required by the California Constitution. Then we will separately consider the dark fiber rates and stormwater management fee. So we'll begin with the wastewater collection and water rate increases. We'll conduct majority protest proceedings for both rate increases, and the public will have an opportunity to speak. Staff have a presentation.
We do, Mayor Koo. Good evening, council members. Tonight, we've held numerous meetings back as far as last year, as well as March and April with the UAC Finance Committee and the City Council. We've reviewed the proposed rates changes and we recommended by staff through these meetings. We've also summarized those meetings in the report that you have tonight in front of you, as well as included as the staff recommendations. Utility rate reports, as the mayor mentioned, is wastewater collections, water, dark fiber, and storm water management, and then the fiber as well. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Senior Resource Planner Lisa Belier to go a little bit more in detail of the slide presentation that we presented for you tonight.
Thank you, Dean. My name is Lisa Belier, Senior Resource Planner. Good evening, council members, and I'm here representing the rates team for the Utilities Department. We also have Jonathan Abenshine, Assistant Director, and Micah Babbitt, Senior Resource Planner next to me, and Eric Wong, Resource Planner, all members of the rates team and available if you have any questions. On April the 17th, the council held a study session that covered the gas, electric, water, and wastewater rate changes for the upcoming fiscal year. That same night, the council approved the gas and electric rate changes, and those are not being discussed tonight. And this item, as was just mentioned, addresses the adoption of 4 resolutions. I have 3 slides on water and wastewater each. It sounds like maybe I should go through those first, and then briefly just 1 slide on the fiber and stormwater.
So if it makes sense for staff to go through all of them, that's permissible, and then we'll adjust the order of work to take account of that.
Okay. So for the water, to start with the water utility, since that April 17th study session, the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission did adopt a slightly lower rate increase than we were anticipating at that time. And the pass-through commodity rate that currently is $4.75 is going to be going up to $5.21, which is a 9.7% increase. Palo Alto will pass this commodity rate increase through to customers, and we have done outreach through all our usual channels, as well as sending a postcard to every customer that describes this increase. That increase is not directly part of what we're asking the council to approve tonight. That's the pass-through portion. The reasons for that increase from SFPUC are the continued low water usage from the drought and the increase in capital spending that's needed to maintain their system. And additionally, the balancing account that was owed to wholesale customers, including Palo Alto, will be exhausted by the end of this fiscal year. So that won't be available anymore to cushion the rate increases in the next upcoming fiscal year. Staff's proposal for the water distribution rate increase is a 2% rate increase. These are the rates that pay for the distribution system in Palo Alto, including capital needs for maintenance and upgrades, as well as all the operating costs, including increases in salaries and benefits and other increases in the costs. Tonight, so we are using, the water utility has healthy reserve levels in the operations reserve and the CIP reserve and the rate stabilization reserve. And we are able to keep the rate increase at the level of 2% by utilizing the funds in those different reserves. So part of the proposal tonight is to transfer $3 million from the rate stabilization reserve to the operations reserve in order to use those funds to pay for the costs, and for this to transfer up to $3.7 million from the CIP reserve to the operations reserve in order to use those funds for needed capital improvement investments. The combination of the water distribution rate increase and the commodity rate increase, the SFPUC increase, is about a 5% bill impact on the average Palo Alto customer. And you can see that in this slide, the first red number at the top of the slide, at the top of the chart, is the 5% in fiscal year 24. That is the net effect on customer bills of this proposal. And the chart shows how the blue line, how revenue has declined over the last couple of years with the ongoing drought. And we anticipate there will be a recovery time period as we exit from the drought. The capital costs are in orange. The distribution system capital costs are in orange, and the distribution system operations costs are in green. And then the cost that I was mentioning is in blue. And there's a little bit of debt service ongoing in the water utility. So to summarize our recommendation, we are, the Finance Committee and the UAC and staff are recommending the 2% water distribution increase, the 2 transfers that I mentioned, and then the necessary changes to the rate schedules for water. So that summarizes it. And I'd be happy to go on to the wastewater or you can stop me anytime for questions.
If you don't mind, then we can kind of be fresh on what you just presented. And so
Sure.
I see there are questions. So we'll take technical questions. Councilmember Tanaka.
Can you bring up the last slide again? Actually, the bar graph, where's the bar graph? Okay, this one, yeah. So for the green operations, do you have that percentage year by year?
So you're interested in just the operations costs? I do have a slide of operations costs.
Okay, while you retrieve, I'll let my colleagues ask other questions.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, just for clarity, you mentioned that you had a prior number in there estimated for the increase, but the costs came in lower. And so now you're netting out with all the things that you're doing there at 5%. How does that compare to what you presumed it was? Was it going to be lower?
It was going to be about 6%, and now dropped to 5%.
Okay, that's what I recall. So we're actually coming in lower. And you get special applause for that. So thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Do you have the year by year operation cost?
This doesn't have every year, but it shows you from 2018 to 2024, and you can see the overall increase per year of about 5.8%. And then between 2024 and 2028, about 4% per year of growth.
Thank you.
I don't see any other lights for technical questions. So would you like to? Oh, I'm sorry. I see Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Just one question on the supply cost, the SFPUC commodity rate. What do we currently pay per acre foot? And based on these annual increases from SFPUC, which we see that they have a 9.7% increase in the commodity cost this year, while we are only having a 2% water distribution increase cost. But I'm interested in what we will be paying per acre foot, not only today, but by the time we have our advanced water recycling facility up, say in 5 years. Do we have those different numbers?
Let me start with the first part of your question. We're paying $4.75 right now, which is about $2,000 per acre foot, which is going up to the $5.21, which I believe is about $2,200 per acre foot. For the next couple of years, the SFPUC's projection is for the rate to be flat, no increase. But I'm going to have to look to see if we have the numbers here. We do have it,
That's
the 10-year
close enough.
projection. Okay,
That's very
close
helpful.
enough.
Thank you.
Do you have a slide for me? Okay, we go. So for the wastewater utility, we're proposing a 9% increase in fiscal year 24, which is equivalent to $4 per customer, per residential customer per month. And at the April 17th council study session, when we discussed this, we presented you with a policy choice for the wastewater utility. The wastewater rates are currently sufficient to fund 1 mile per year of sewer system investment, but 2.5 miles per year is needed to replace all the sewer mains within or close to their useful life. We used to replace at 2.5 miles per year on average, but cost inflation as well as holding budgets down during the pandemic to mitigate the rate impacts has contributed to a lower replacement rate in recent years. Staff presented various alternatives for increasing the rate of investment to a sustainable level, and these varied based upon the year by which the utility would begin achieving an average investment rate of 2.5 miles per year. The UAC and the Finance Committee unanimously recommend achieving this investment rate by 2026, and that's what the proposal in front of you tonight represents. Wastewater rates are also increasing because of the need to rehabilitate the wastewater treatment plant. And let me show you the same cost and revenue slide. So the impact to customers is shown in the first red number at the top, the 9% in fiscal year 2024. The sewer system costs, collection system are in the orange, the capital costs, in the green, the collection operations costs. And then the two blue colors at the bottom represent the treatment costs. So the dark blue represents the treatment capital and debt, and that is going to grow over time. And the treatment operations is in the light blue at the bottom. So you can see in the red line that revenue, even though revenue for the wastewater utility is quite stable, the revenue did decline during 2021 and particularly in 2022 as a result of the impacts related to COVID and the water use reductions that led to, and other policies related to COVID that led to some reductions in revenue. But we are expecting revenue to increase over time and recover. Our recommendation for wastewater is for the 9% increase. Again, we're recommending to transfer $3.178 million from the CIP reserve to the operations reserve in order to utilize those funds for needed capital improvement work. And there are $342,000 available in the rate stabilization reserve, and we are recommending to transfer those funds into the operations reserve to cover the costs of the utility. And the last bullet there is just to make sure that we make the rate changes to the rate schedules. So with that, are there any questions on wastewater?
So bring it back to council for any technical questions from Ms. Villar. Councilmember Burt.
Yes, thank you. So just a little more clarification so that the recommendation had been between now and 2026 to increase the sewer main replacement from 1 mile a year to 2.5 miles a year. And that means that each of these years in between now and 2026, we will be ramping up that replacement rate. Is that correct?
Yes, we will be planning on ramping up, but the first larger 5-mile project will begin in construction in fiscal year 26. That's okay. The plan. Yes.
And then on slide number, I guess, 8, what really looks here is capital and debt. That increase that we're going to be having in the next few years, that's to pay for this capital replacement program, right?
Yes.
So it really looks like we were underinvesting, at least going back to 2018 here, and not only during the pandemic is the reality, and that we need to do a catch up to maintain the infrastructure at its proper condition.
Yes, we need to do a catch up. And the other thing that is going on, though, is inflation. So this is showing the actual dollars. And
right.
there's that influence as well.
Thank you.
So you had said that it was $4 per resident customer. So with the rate increase, is it, what will it be?
For residential customers?
Yes.
About
approximately
number. You're asking what the monthly charge will be? It's about $48, I believe. Just looking for the exact number.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah. From what I understand, the wastewater is a shared plant, right, among other cities. Is that right?
The collection system, yes, sends its wastewater to the shared treatment plant.
Okay.
That you're asking about, yeah.
And from what I understand, the operational costs are split according to usage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But then I think the capital costs are not, right? It's kind of fixed with whenever the agreement was. Is that still correct?
I think there's different, the capital costs are split slightly differently depending on the project. And they're doing a study looking at that. So I don't have a comprehensive answer for you, but that's kind of the overview.
Public Works. Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. That is correct. For capital projects that are debt financed, there are a fixed allocation between the partner agencies.
Okay.
And that's not changed. But as Lisa was saying, we're getting ready to study that in our long-range facilities plan update to look at other potential models that could change in the future.
Because I think one reality is that, Palo Alto compared to other cities like Mountain View or other ones nearby that are sharing this with us, they've grown a lot more. They have a lot more people. Our city has grown a little bit, but not as much as relative to our neighbors. And so I think for the capital costs, and one issue I see here with the capital costs is because it's a fixed amount and it's not proportionate to usage or population, we are having to pay more relative to our usage. So I think we should have our capital costs split like we have our operating costs. So it should be based on usage, not just based on some arbitrary percentage set in the past. Because I think this is causing us to have to pay more than we should be on the capital side. So do you have any idea of when this will be corrected?
Well, we plan to do an RFP for the study, and that work will take place over fiscal years 23 and 24. I don't have a schedule yet for when we might have recommendations to consider on this particular matter.
Okay, it would seem to me that we want to get this done as quickly as possible to make sure that our neighbors are paying their fair share of the wastewater capital cost.
All right, I don't see any more lights. City Attorney, Madam, shall we go on or?
Right, so $218 rates.
There's just two slides one for each of the last two items. Maybe we could breeze through those.
Yes, and then we'll go back and pick up the public hearing.
Thank you.
So for dark fiber, there's an increase to the EDF1 and EDF2 rate schedules that is in accordance with CPI, and it's 4.9% for the December to December Bay Area, San Francisco CPI. That's really all for dark fiber. So I'll move to stormwater management fee, which is also pegged to CPI based upon the 2017 approved ballot measure. And Public Works staff did present this to the Finance Committee with this recommendation, and the Finance Committee unanimously recommended approval of this increase. And so with that, I did want to show one overview slide, and that is to give you the sense of all these rate increases together with the electric and gas utility increases from that the council already approved in April. And I'll mention to you that for fiscal year 2024, the overall impact on the residential median bill is a 3% impact, or $11. And that concludes the presentation. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. So we'll bring it back to council. I don't see any lights. I just want to ask, on the dark fiber, does EDF stand for something?
I don't know about the E. I'm sorry.
The DF is, okay, dark fiber. All right. So we can just go to Enterprise Fund, maybe? Okay. All right. Well, in that case, since I don't see any lights for questions, at this time, we'll open the public hearing on the city's wastewater collection and water rates. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. If speakers wish to comment on more than one rate and need additional time, please let me know before you begin your comments, or please let Madam Clerk know before your comments. And this is only on wastewater collection and water rates. Thank you.
It appears that there is no members of the public who wish to speak on the wastewater collection or water rates. The public is advised that this is the last opportunity to submit protests on these rates to the city clerk. Madam Clerk, you can close the public hearing. I will now close the public hearing on the wastewater collection and water rates. Before we turn to council questions and discussions, I will tabulate the written protests. We have 3 written protests for wastewater rates.
So you have 3 just for wastewater?
Yes.
Okay. And Madam Attorney, how many would we need in order?
So there are 22,414 wastewater collection customers that are subject to the rate increase. 11,208 protests would create a majority, and 3 is less than 50%. So the council is able to discuss and take action on this rate this evening.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do you have anything else to add?
Will we be going over the water rate protests next, or should I do that now?
So you could do that and then vote on both of those 2 Prop 218 rates at the same time.
Okay, and we have a total of 3 protests for the water rates.
3 for water rate. Madam Attorney, you have anything to add?
Yes. So in the case of water, there are 20,658 property owners. Oops. I might have got my numbers wrong. No, I have a typo on my script. I was right. 20,658 property owners who are subject to the water charge. 10,330 create a majority. and 3 is less than 50%. So again, the council is able to proceed on these rates this evening. So just for new council members and members of the public, the reason that we're doing this for these rates and not the other two is that the California Constitution has a provision commonly called Prop 218 for property-related rates, and water and wastewater are such rates that require this majority protest opportunity. So if 50% plus one of the affected rate group objects to the rate increase, then the council is not able to move forward at that time to make the rate increase. So we do this whenever we have a property-related fee. Your other two rates are not property-related fees, and they don't require this public hearing. Thank you.
Okay, so we don't have a majority, so it will be, since there is no majority protest on the wastewater collection and water rates, we will consider the resolution adopting a wastewater collection and water rate increase. And with that, we can move, if we get a motion, please.
So moved.
Councilmember, yes, I'm sorry. Councilmember Lowing?
Second?
Oh, who moved? Oh, did Councilmember Burt moved and Councilmember Lowing seconded. Thank you. Ms. Bilar, is this what we're looking for?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Actually, Mayor Juneau, can we not talk about this item?
I'm sorry?
I have my light on. Can we talk about this item or?
Oh,
no
I didn't
discussion?
see your light. Okay. Let's hold the voting and Councilmember Tanaka.
It's really quick. I'm not going to vote for number one, so if we could split that.
Yes, we can split that.
And basically, I just believe that our neighbors should be paying for this.
So the vote is for just number one for the wastewater collection utility.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinger?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes?
Yes.
Mayor Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And now for the water utility. Can you conduct the vote for the second, for paragraph 2? I mean, the item number 2, I'm sorry, bullet number 2 for the water utility? Because we split the motion.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And is there any further discussion on the dark fiber and stormwater? Councilmember Tanaka? No? All right. And with that, we'll take a motion. I will move it. I'll move both stormwater as well as the dark fiber.
Second?
Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And with that, we're going to go to item number 29, which is a public hearing, adoption of the budget ordinance for fiscal year 2024, including the operating and capital budgets, table of organization, and municipal fee schedule, acceptance of updates to the capital improvement plan, and acceptance of updates to the salary schedule for the management and professional groups.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Ku and City Council, Kylie Nozay, Assistant City Manager. And tonight we have both Paul Harper and Jesse Deschamps in charge of our Office of Management and Budget, who will provide a presentation. Ultimately, this is the culmination of many weeks, months even, of both the Finance Committee and Council's work to move through a rigorous budget process. So just want to appreciate both the Council, the staff that have been involved, as well as, of course, the community for all of your participation, feedback, and dialogue on this. With that, Paul Harper.
Thank you, Kylie. Thank you, Clerk. Can we go to the next slide, please? Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Paul Harper with the Office of Management and Budget. We are here tonight to finalize the adoption of the FY 2024 budget, which includes the operating and capital budgets, as well as the municipal fee schedule. This budget represents a pivot point from the pandemic recovery to a steadier state of operations for the city. It maintains and enhances services provided across the city and adds resources for critical needs, including some of the 72 council priority objectives approved in the 2023 work plan, while keeping an eye on longer-term fiscal planning needs. As presented throughout the budget process, one-time funds are being used to resolve deficits through fiscal year 2025, and a deficit of approximately $6 million is currently projected in fiscal year 2026. However, the city continues to proactively fund long-term liabilities such as retirement benefits and capital improvements, and is keeping the general fund budget stabilization reserve, or BSR, at the 20% level to address economic uncertainty and perhaps some of the projected deficit in fiscal year 2026. Next slide, please. This slide should look familiar. It shows the numerous touch points with the Finance Committee and the Council over the past 2 months, starting in May 1st when the budgets were released, to the review and recommended changes in the fiscal year 2024 proposed budget documents, and concluding with the adoption of those budget documents this evening. Next slide, please. That was a slow transition. This slide has a number of data points on it to summarize the FY 2024 budget in comparison to prior years. The table at the top of the slide shows the general fund revenue and expenses from fiscal year 2020 through fiscal year 2024, along with a citywide position count or FTE count for those same years. The 2020 numbers through 2022 numbers show actuals, and the 23 and 24 amounts show the adopted numbers for those years. Just to note, the fiscal year 24 staffing number also includes some positions that were added as part of the fiscal year 2023 mid-year review. The 2024 operating budget is slightly over $1 billion, with $279 million in the general fund. Of that total $1 billion, $355 million is for capital infrastructure, and the 5-year capital improvement plan totals over $1.2 billion. As noted previously, the general fund BSR is recommended at $54.3 million, which is 20.2% of the general fund expenditure budget, or at the upper range of the council's recommended 15 to 20% level. This budget adds 45 full-time positions across the city, which includes 33 additional positions in the general fund. This does bring the city's staffing levels slightly above pre-pandemic levels, both citywide and in the general fund. And just to note, staff has been focusing on hiring and retention. The city's current vacancy rate has lowered from the 14% reported last month to a current level of 12%. Next slide. So this slide and the next slide go together. They show the recommended changes to the budget through the review process. As a reminder, the council's feedback to the Finance Committee on May 22nd was to reduce the recommended increases by a net $1 million. These 2 slides demonstrate information presented to the council on May 22nd, which is the first column, the Finance Committee's work on the feedback from council, which is the middle column for May 30th, and then the final recommendations for tonight, which is the rightmost column, which is for tonight, June 19th. The table in the upper left corner of this slide shows the revenue changes. The table on the right shows the expenditure changes for 2 of the council priority areas. And if we can go to the next slide, please. So this next slide is a continuation of the expenditure changes for the remaining council priority areas. As you can see in the bottom right corner of this slide, the net reduction to the Finance Committee recommendations is $1.1 million. And as a reminder, all of the items deferred from the adopted budget will be considered as part of the 2024 mid-year review.
I'm sorry, Paul, can you just move your mic a little closer?
Sure, sorry. Did you want me to repeat that or could you hear that? Okay, next slide, please. So in addition to the items to reduce the Finance Committee's recommended adjustments by $1 million, there are several other adjustments recommended in the adoption memo. These include shifting costs for routine maintenance contracts from the Coverly Fund back to the general fund. So of the $0.9 million budgeted for operations and maintenance costs at Coverly, this will leave approximately $0.3 million ongoing in the Coverly Fund for facilities and systems maintenance work. In addition, a net zero shift of positions to manage the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, or SCAP, is also recommended to eliminate a senior engineer and a principal resource planner and replace them with an assistant director of sustainability and climate action and an engineer position. The new assistant director is a new position classification, and an amended salary schedule for the management professionals and confidential group is recommended to be approved tonight to add this classification. A new capital project is also recommended to be added for repairs to the Mitchell Park Library due to a vehicle hitting the building earlier this year. And then lastly, several budget actions are recommended to adjust the fiscal year 24 budget for items that were previously approved by the council in fiscal year 23 or are part of the consent calendar to be heard after the budget adoption tonight. There are also a few technical corrections and the second round of capital reappropriations to move funding from 2023 to 24 to continue work in those capital projects. Next slide. There are two potential referrals to staff that would need a council vote for staff to work on these items and return to council at a later date. These include for the Human Services Resource Allocation Process, or the HISRAP funding, consider pegging HISRAP budget allocations to a benchmark, such as a percentage of general fund budgeted expenditures. And then number two is eucalyptus tree removal study, and this is to refer this to the city's Stanford Ad Hoc Committee for discussions with Stanford on mitigation of fire risk to the city, university, and surrounding areas. Next slide. So this slide shows the draft motion for city council consideration, which is to adopt the fiscal year 2024 budget ordinance, which includes the operating and capital budgets, table of organization, and municipal fee schedule as amended by the actions outlined in this report. It also shows if we have any changes tonight that those would be inserted here. We are also recommending to accept the fiscal year 2024 through 2028 capital improvement plan as amended by the actions outlined in this report, adopt the amended salary schedules for the management professionals and confidential group, and then finally provide direction for potential referrals to staff. And then before I turn it back to the mayor, I just wanted to note the order of proceedings for this item, since we have the need for Councilmember Vinker to be recused for a portion of the budget review. So there will be one round of technical questions from the council, followed by public comment. Then Councilmember Vinker will recuse herself for the council to discuss items in attachment C of the memo, which is packet page, excuse me, 902. Once the discussion is concluded, Councilmember Vinker will return to continue discussion on the rest of the budget items. And with that, I'll return it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. You read very fast. Thank you. Okay, so coming back to council for discussion, but before we do that, does the chair of the finance committee wish to say something?
Well, I'd just like to ask Paul to delineate there. We had on the finance committee some options that we were really referring to the council as a whole to consider on the final expenditures, as I recall. Or did we summarized on packet page 820?
Sorry, can you repeat the packet page again?
Packet page 820, that's where the changes we identified in the budget wrap up, and that you have also summarized in your slides. But I had thought that we had a couple of kind of final choices for the council that we were presenting to them. Is it all though in, or all the recommendations tied down in the finance committee recommendations on packet page 820, or are there?
Yeah, so I believe all of the recommendations are summarized in that table. The only one that had questions is, I believe, the home key item. So I think that's the only one that would need some discussion to determine the funding level that is recommended.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Burt, you don't have anything to further say or update us from the finance committee? That's it, right? Okay. So we'll bring it back to council for technical questions. Any lights? Councilmember Vinker?
Thank you, Mayor Koo. And I'd just say preliminarily that going through this budget process, while it's large and cumbersome with this $1 billion budget, has been actually a great education about the city operations. And so thanks for presenting this diligently time and again, and to my colleagues in the finance committee for their work. So it's been actually a really helpful experience. A couple of technical questions. In our study session, the packet had talked about, so I'm speaking now with respect to the EV line item that I believe has been taken out in this last budget. If we look at page 819, the top one, the T2 full EV fleet replacement,
there was a recommendation of 50% of that, I think, that came out of finance, and then I believe that's zeroed out now. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. As part of the recommendation to get to that $1 million, that was one of the items that got deferred to mid-year for
Right.
next year.
So my question is, in the study session, there was on packet page 174 back whenever we did that, there was a discussion that there was funding of $1.3 million and only this 0.4 million represented the portion from the general fund. Is the other, 900,000 still in the budget somewhere else? And will that allow some, or what's the deal with that balance?
So the table that we've been looking at throughout this process has generally been for the general fund, which is what we've been focusing on.
Right.
I guess you can think of it as the 0.9 million is the cost that would be borne in the other funds, and it's not shown in here. So it's not part of the budget. It's sort of a package deal. If you fund the 0.4 million in the general fund, you also fund the 0.9 million in the other funds to purchase a whole vehicle, or to purchase the fleet of vehicles that we were talking about, which I believe was heavy equipment vehicles. And so the idea was if we weren't going to purchase them through the general fund, we wouldn't be purchasing them through the rest of the city.
Oh, so the entire 1.3 million goes away.
Correct. So one thing just to remember on this is this doesn't mean that we won't be replacing any EVs in our fleet. What this specifically would do would move all replacements in our fleet to EV, which includes heavy equipment vehicles that are perhaps even in their nascent state of development. And so I don't want the council to walk away thinking that we won't be replacing things with EVs. For those that are things like F-150s, trucks, right? We know that there are electric options out there. And so the budget does contemplate that we would be replacing those. What this does is this pulls back on, let's say, a bucket truck or and obviously has a significant premium on them right now. But yes, it would mean that overall we would be pulling back on that 100% EV level. However, we will revisit it at mid-year. And of course, as staff is looking at this across all funds, if there are options and opportunities, we've heard the message from council loud and clear to make sure we are prioritizing electric vehicle purchases over any ICE.
Thank you. I'd ask because in the study session, it was followed immediately by 4 police pursuit rated vehicles will be, and some vehicles would be deferred to future years. So it was unclear to me if we would still be replacing any. So thank you for that clarification. My other technical question is with respect to the Mitchell Park Library repair because of the recent accident. Is there any insurance component either that we carried or the driver carried, or because it seems like we're literally taking a hit?
The city will always pursue subrogation revenues in these instances. However, in the absence of that being resolved, we wanted to bring forward the budget action to make sure we can move forward with any of our improvements, because regardless of the subrogation activities, we know that the council and community would like the facility improved. So we will continue to pursue those, but I don't know the exact status of that on this specific instance.
Okay, so this number is sort of worst case, if you will, or where we foot the whole bill, but there's a potential that we will not have to foot this whole bill.
Correct. We will always do our best to be reimbursed as much as possible.
Okay, great. My time is up. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Vinker's question on the heavy duty vehicle electrification. I was trying to recall, but I thought my memory was that it's not that we are electing to replace those vehicles at this time with internal combustion engines, that we were going to extend the life of the current vehicles in anticipation of a more mature market in the next couple of years. Is my memory correct?
Yes, Councilmember Burt, that's correct. What we've done essentially, even with not including this extra funding in the project this year, we've switched the vehicles out to have a fully electric replacement program. with the exception of some police pursuit vehicles that are in there that we don't have the electric options in play yet. So essentially what we've done is move some smaller vehicles, passenger vehicles where electric options are available in place of some of these very expensive medium and heavy duty vehicles. And as you might recall, that the 2.6 million additional figure we talked about at first, that was the additional cost for just 8 vehicles. So it was a big lift.
And just to clarify again, it's not that we're saying we will buy a new internal combustion engine vehicle. We're going to extend the life of the current vehicles in anticipation of next couple of years, a more mature market for EVs of these big ones.
That's correct. And with the expectation, we would ramp this up over time.
Thank you.
I don't see any more lights. Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to ask any technical questions?
No, I'll make a few comments though. So I noticed that the city manager office is growing by about 8%. I think that we should have our growth in areas where it's directly serving the public. I think adding more management is not a good thing. The second thing is I noticed that we're giving kind of the same raise to everyone on the management side. And I think especially for management, we want to award raises to high performers and less to others. I don't really believe in just giving the same to everyone, especially for management. I don't think that makes sense. But my overall concern with the budget is that I said it before, I'll say it quickly now, which is, our expenses are growing faster than our revenue, and that's not a good situation. So really, we should figure out how to make ends meet. But I know I'm in the minority here, so thank you.
And then I'll go. I don't see any lights. Will that fall under report 2?
Public Works.
Public Works. Okay, very good. Also with the HISRAP funding, that's the 150,000. So that's an extra 150,000 to HISRAP. Has it already been dedicated? Did they mention that human, what's that, HRC?
Yeah, the Human Resources Commission. Yes.
Have they indicated where that money will go?
Yes, I believe they had a meeting to discuss that, and they came up with a plan for allocating that funding if it was appropriated to them. There should be a report referenced in the memo.
I didn't see that. I might have missed it, but I was wondering, did they indicate if any of that funding is going to be going towards Ada's Cafe?
I believe Director O'Kane is on the line. Oh, and you are on mute. There we go.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. Kristen O'Kane, Community Services. Yes, Paul was correct in that the HRC did do additional allocations, assuming that council would allocate more funding. They did do an allocation to ADA's. It's not the full amount that they requested, but they did add allocation to ADA's Cafe.
Okay, and I just want to kind of understand that they're going to be distributing it for the FY24 year under HISRAP to ADA's.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to follow on your question about ADA's and HISRAP, I am under the impression that the HRC allocations for HISRAP funds, their recommendations still need to come before council. And we would have the opportunity then to opine about the suitability of those allocations. Am I correct in having that understanding?
Director O'Kane, do you know the status of those?
I do not. I have Minka Vanderswag on the line. Minka, if you have an answer to the question of do those additional allocations need to go to council? I guess she needs to be voted.
City Clerk, could you promote Minka for us?
And while we're waiting for that, I will add that my question is based on the concern that ADAS was allocated nothing in the first round, was allocated $6,000 out of, I believe, $72,000 request when we increased our funding, which is really quite a different treatment than, I think, 21 of the 24 requesters received. ADAS seems to be coming in at the low end, and I know a number of us are concerned about that.
And if I could respond to that, council members. So the original allocation was 6,000. It has been increased to 10,000. I know that's not a significant amount, but that correction has been made.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes, I'd just like to share my concerns on that allocation, and that we've seen recently that ADAS has been forced to really cut back on their operations. And one of the things that my understanding when the HRC had looked at the different many different meritorious service providers in human services, ADAS was viewed primarily through the lens of how many disabled employees they served. And the additional value of ADAS is the way in which it managed and disabled adults, and builds both an integration of those workers and dedicated people with our community, and builds empathy in our community. And that I think that there really has been an underappreciation of how valued ADAS is to our community, and that we need to figure out if we all are generally supportive of this, what would be the best mechanism if the HRC has already made their allocations, and we are disappointed that ADAS still has not had a substantive allocation, to ask the HRC to redirect the same dollars means they're going to have to pull back from other entities who have been tentatively awarded additional dollars. Alternately, we could pursue additional funding into our those services and either make a request to HRC, or we could just add it as a specific line item direction like we've done on some other areas, and just take the council initiative to do that, is my understanding. So I just wanted to say that. And then I had one other question, I guess directed to Paul. When on slide 4, we have the breakdown of the full-time staffing citywide, that adds together enterprise funds and utilities with general funds. And do we have a breakdown of utilities staffing increase versus 2020 actuals compared to general fund increases? And just so we can see where those increases have occurred.
We should be able to get that. It should be in the table of organization, but we can try to drill
Okay,
drill
and
into that.
I'll wait until you get an opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yeah, I just had a quick clarification question for the Finance Committee on this, his rep. So this 150 is an incremental allocation over what was originally made, correct? Okay. And then this is totally separate from what staff wants direction on in terms of a new way forward on his rep, whether it be a percentage of, okay.
Well, yes, they're related, but
Sure.
it's not, those are two distinct.
Yeah, and two different votes and so on. And so what is the total I can't recall the original number.
155.
X plus 150 is what I'm looking for.
50.
Oh, so it's 200,000 total then? Okay, thank you.
In terms of looking at the percentage towards the whole budget, is that a referral to the finance committee to consider, or is it a referral to?
Kylie, can you remind me how we did the referral?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
On the referral on the future formula for his RAP funding, did we refer to finance
I thought we referred it to policy and services.
or policy? Yeah.
I actually don't know that you referred it to a specific body, but staff can address that as long as the council just makes the referral to staff, that is a body of work for us to take up.
Okay, thank you.
And then city clerk, apologies, if you can promote the attendee Human Relations Commission, then we can have Minka help us walk through the status of the HRC. And while recommendation, and while the city clerk is doing that, just to recap for Minka, I think the question is I believe the HRC did provide recommendations up to what council is actually recommending in this proposed, which is an additional $200,000 allocation for his RAP activities in totality. Will those additional allocations be brought to council in a separate action item, or has that already been approved? That's one question. And then the other one is, within that $200,000 of additional allocation, do you know how much was allocated to ADAs, please?
Thank you. Vanderswag, Human Services Manager. So we're kind of in uncharted territory with the contingency plan, in that in the past, when his RAP was allocated other additional funds, it has been at a smaller amount of money, and we've gone back to the HRC after just the bulk money was passed by the council, and we had a discussion on how much should go to each of the proposed agencies. In this year, we did the exercise of looking at what they would do with an extra $100,000 or $200,000. And at their April meeting, they did make some recommended allocations as far as that is concerned. And I have that in front of me. So the HRC passed that. I would say that as we are in uncharted territories, I'd really leave it up to the finance staff for the city, Kylie and her staff, or the council to let me know if that needs to come in as a separate action. But the current allocations without the increased amounts is in the proposed operating budget for fiscal year 24. So that is question number one. Question number two is that under the scenarios of $100,000 or $200,000 more for his RAP, Ada's Cafe would receive $10,000. And out of the 25 grantees that his RAP will have for the coming year, there are 6 grantees that are receiving $10,000 or less. So it's often in his RAP that we consider newer grantees or new grantees. We give them what the HRC calls starter grants of around $5,000. So in this case, ADAs and 5 other grantees will be receiving grants of $10,000. So that is more than a starter grant.
Thank you, Minka. And could you remind me, what was it that ADAs had asked for?
They asked for $75,000.
Okay.
So if I might interject with Minka's deferring basically to how the ultimate decision is made. I would suggest that if the timing works out, we could bring the specific recommendations to the council either directly or through finance committee as appropriate to be able to get quite frankly, to get give the HRC an opportunity to report out on their process and then the basis for their recommendations rather than to supersede it here.
Absolutely. Yes, I see nods, and so I would agree to have them vetted and then for them to bring to council so that we can take up their recommendation and discuss it. Okay, so I see Council Member Vinker.
I'm happy to defer to Councilmember Burks. I think he has something on this item, and I was going to move on, if that's all right with Madam Mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the city manager's recommendation there. The dilemma, though, is that if we lock in this dollar amount in the budget, we get the HRC recommendations. The only choice we would have would be to accept them or reallocate those specific ones and take dollars. If we wanted to increase dollars, say to ADAS, we would have to take it away from one of the others, correct? If under the scenario you described. Unless we put a placeholder in the budget that would give the council some discretion on additional funding beyond this additional 150,000. Is that correct?
Well, why don't you go ahead and suggest what you just did?
Sure. So thank you, Councilmember, for the question. Couple things. One, I believe that the current recommendation from the HRC does fully provide an opportunity for an choose to reallocate within that 200,000. You could also choose to add funding from your budget stabilization reserve at any time. So you don't necessarily have to put money aside now.
So that's the answer. So we could reallocate from the BSR. Thank you.
Always the council's discretion.
Councilmember Vinker, thank you for deferring.
Of course. Thank you, Mayor Koo. So I have one more technical question. And again, because I haven't had the benefit of going through the Finance Committee review of this, on pages 824 and 5 of the packet is where it discusses capital project adjustments. And there are several, like Mitchell Park Library repair we discussed earlier that add expenses, but then the adjustment to the fiber to the premises, of course, is quite large, and it looks like it nets out that we're $7 million ahead after putting those together. And how does that impact like the remainder of the budget? Does that, we've been struggling with some of the flexibility on the general fund. How do those relate, and if so, how?
Yeah, so the fiber to the premises project is actually funded in the fiber fund, which is separate from the general fund. So simple answer is those two funds do not commingle.
Okay, understood. It's an enterprise fund. Okay, got it. And then I guess I would ask Madam Mayor, I had another thought, but it's more on where I would suggest we allocate things. It's not a technical question. Do you want me to hold on to that?
Yes, please. Okay.
Then that's all I have for now. Thank you.
All right. I don't see any other questions. Shall we open it to the public?
Mayor, sorry, Paul from the budget office, to answer Councilmember Burt's question about the position ads. About 55% of that has been in the utilities department or the enterprise funds. So of the 29 positions, about 16 of them have been in the utilities department from fiscal year 2020 to 2024.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we can open it up for public comments.
Our first speaker is Justine Burt, followed by Ken Horowitz.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and City Council members. My name is Justine Burt. I'm the Executive Director of the Palo Alto Transportation Management Association. You probably know PATMA as a nonprofit. Some people don't know that we're two part-time people working on behalf of All Trans TMA to provide services to essential workers in Palo Alto. Our mission is to reduce traffic congestion and demand for parking. We also address equity issues and reduce greenhouse gases in the city, given that transportation contributes 61.9% of all the greenhouse gases in the city. We provide free train and bus passes to essential workers making less than $70,000 a year, $5 a day Bike Love app rewards that go directly onto a debit card that as soon as a worker who will leave their car at home and take a bike to work passes an invisible geofence around downtown or Cal Ave, it goes right on a debit card they can spend right away. So we're mainly helping essential workers at restaurants, shops, and hotels that contribute to the wonderful quality of life that we appreciate here in Palo Alto. This year so far, we have given out 5 refurbished bikes to essential workers who said, I'd love to get Bike Love. I don't currently have a bike. Can you help me? So we hooked them up with Bike Exchange, which is also a nonprofit in Palo Alto. The number of people we help fell precipitously from February 2020 to May 2020. We all know what happened in that time. The number of people we helped fell by 90%. We've been rebuilding since then. And now we can say that we have helped reduce demand for 140 parking spaces in downtown and Cal Ave. But there's an opportunity to do more. We feel like Palo Alto has these wonderful transit pipelines that come into downtown and Cal Ave, Caltrain, the VTA 22, 522 bus, the ECR bus from Samtrans screams down El Camino Real from San Mateo County. Dumbarton Express comes over from Union City. And there's also a lot of opportunity to move people into bikes if they live just a few miles away, or electric bikes if they live 3 to 10 miles away. So one last point I wanted to make is that since I started in February 2022, we have more than doubled the size of our board. It was 3 people when I started. It's now 7, and we're about to add 2 more. So thus tripling the size of our board, which has representatives from tech, from small businesses, from restaurants, someone who's retired from Stanford B School and is a resident. So very happy with the progress we've made in the last year and a half or so, and really appreciate the city's support of PATMA's programs. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ken Horowitz, followed by Aram James.
Thank you. I did attend both of the Finance Committee meetings that were held last month. And one of the items that, I'm passionate about is Cubberley. And there was quite a bit of discussion about the Cubberley and the general fund and the infrastructure fund, and how money is kind of getting mingled between the general fund and the infrastructure fund. We really need to build up this infrastructure fund. If we ever want to get a community center there at Cubberley, that infrastructure fund is going to be essential in getting it started. It's kind of sad. We have a city south of us, Mountain View, that has a brand new community center. We have a city just north of us, Menlo Park. It's going to have a community center next year. Burlingame, new community center. San Bruno, new community center. I mean, it's going to take a long time to get a community center here in Palo Alto, but we got to start someplace. We got to start. And it's up to you, the city council, to get it started and building up this infrastructure fund. And that's why I would ask that as part of your recommendation tonight is to do a kind of an audit of the Cubberley, all the funds that are related to Cubberley, both the general funds and the infrastructure funds, and find out, what's going on. And let's build up this fund. There is a project which is in the 2024 budget, which is to replace the HVAC system. That's $900,000. I'm not sure you should do that right away. Let's see what happens with the lease with the school district. You may be putting money into this particular project and it's not going to even help you. And then also in this budget, it's not for this year, but it's somewhere there in 2026, you're going to replace the synthetic turf of the Coverly Fields. And again, this is something that belongs to the school district. So my recommendation is let's clean up what's going on with Coverly. Perhaps a recommendation can come out tonight to do an audit of what's going on at Coverly and building up this infrastructure fund so that we have something to work with in the future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram James.
Okay, so good evening. This is more along the line of questions, and somebody might give me the benefit of an answer. But I've seen that there's a trend across the country, but certainly in California, of general fund budgets of cities just being eaten up by the police departments in the cities. So I'd like to know what percentage of the overall budget goes to law enforcement every year. And I understand, they look like one-time costs, but the new slave catcher center, also euphemistically called the public safety building. What are we overall? What does the budget look like? And also, what are we doing about making sure? Can anybody tell me whether we even have a psychiatric emergency response team member any longer, and what their wages are? Because my understanding is that we can't get them because we don't pay them right. We pay them way below new entry police officers. Yet we brag that we were the first city to have one, but we don't. As I understand, we haven't replaced the psychiatric social worker, and of course, rather than spending nearly $300,000 on 2 new traffic control officers, I'd like that $300,000 spent on taken out of the budget to hire 2 or 3 psychiatric social workers, so we don't get sued time and time again for our cops going out to mental health situations that they're not trained to deal with. And secondly, as long as we continue to increase management salaries, which are very, very, very high, as been pointed out by some city council members compared to out in the private sector, we're that $500 million debt. Pat Burt constantly talks about how the business tax increased our revenue. Well, that's if you don't consider the elephant in the room, and that is the PERS debt that continues to go from 500 million on down. I would think people like Shikata and some of the other high-end management people, the police chief, et cetera, would want to freeze their salaries so that PERS doesn't go broke. And when they retire, there's no money for them. Yeah, I know that sounds like an improbable situation, but these salaries can't just increase endlessly. They're making huge salaries. I'm asking them to take a freeze, that you really look at those issues. So again, the overall percentage of the budget that goes to the police, what are we doing with our PERT people? And why don't we put a freeze on management salaries until we really have a real revenue, not something that's made up? That means that PERS debt is going down, not up every year. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I was just wondering, can we answer some of the questions that he asked, that the member of the public asked?
To the extent that council has questions, please
So
pass
for
them along to
example,
staff and we will do our best to respond.
okay, yeah, I know it just came through, but I was just, I think one of the questions was about what % of our budget goes to law enforcement.
Yeah. So for the police department, the percentage of the general fund is 18.5%. it would be higher if we include fire as well.
I would note that's a very low percentage among cities.
And then for the public safety building, right? We had a cost that was associated with it when we first approved it. So it's still within that budget.
So Mayor, the number that Paul just responded to is the operating budget. So the capital budget would be in addition to that. Obviously it's a significant undertaking for that building, but the council did issue debt financing for that. And actually to this day still has our lowest interest rate in our borrowing capacity. And it is within all of the appropriations in this FY24 operating and capital budget.
Thank you. And I think the last question is, have we been able to hire our PERT person?
Might be worth asking our police chief to respond to that if he is available. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shikata, and good evening, council. As I shared at Finance Committee back in May, we've kept the officer portion of the PERT team in service. And so that officer is still designated as the PERT officer and is doing some work. We just need to pair that officer up with the clinician to pair the team back up together, both officer and clinician.
I would add to that, maybe obvious, but perhaps worth stating that the clinician is an employee of Santa Clara County and not a city of Palo Alto employee.
And so for the wages are from Santa Clara County.
Yes.
It's not based on our pay.
Thank you.
There is also the question about auditing the funds that pertain to Cubberley. I'm not quite sure if it's just, there's so many buckets in there and perhaps the public is not quite understanding how our contracts work. Is that worth to send it to the auditor, or is it something that perhaps staff, your department could have a clearer list of what funds and what our contract says?
So thank you, Mayor. I would advise that we as staff can do a better job of providing a clearer picture. And I think through the upcoming conversations with the council on the Cubberley item, everything from, the future uses and the like, it provides a perfect opportunity to staff to make sure that we provide that to the council and the public.
Thank you so much. I don't see any other lights if there, and with that, we'll close. Public comments is closed, and Madam Attorney. So now we discuss, we have Councilmember Vinker.
Right. So what we're going to do now is to divide the budget into two parts. The first part is a very much smaller part. It's the Stanford related items. The California Fair Political Practices Commission has set up a procedure when there is a recusal on a multi-part item like this to take the items requiring council member recusal first to totally address them. And then the recused council member can return. You'll have your rest of your discussion, and then you all can vote on the final item.
So just to clarify, we'll still be having discussions on the budget items. We're not just moving straight to vote. So, because the comment I heard earlier was about items for which I won't be recused, but have some differing thoughts, and I can come back and discuss those, correct?
Yes, so all that will be addressed during this first part are the Stanford related items.
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand that. I just was making sure we're still having discussion. We're not moving right to, okay. Excellent. Thank you. All right. Well, then, do I need to repeat that, or is that sufficient, what you just said?
It is sufficient. I just note for the record, it is in the staff report that the Nature Council members issue here is that she does legal work, legal services for Stanford University. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And with that, I will recuse myself.
We'll see you in a little bit, Councilmember Vinker.
So council members, you're now going to focus on the items that are on Exhibit C, which is the last page of your very long supplemental staff report.
Attachment C, packet page 902, staff report page 91. Would you like to take a
No,
presentation?
staff doesn't have a presentation
You
for
don't have
this,
a
Mayor.
presentation?
Ultimately, what should happen right now is, should the council have any discussion, questions, or modifications to the item on this attachment, now's the time to discuss and find agreement among yourselves. And then ultimately, we can move forward with the larger discussion.
Okay, so this council, if council has any questions, please turn on your light. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so for Palo Alto Link, how's it going? How many riders do we have and how much has it cost so far?
We have our Chief Transportation Officer, Philip Cami, on the line.
Yeah, so I actually can look up that information. I don't have it handy. I can tell you that based on our early information noting that we've only had this service operating a few months now, we were on track to surpass our final year of operating the crosstown shuttle. If we were to annualize the ridership, which noting was continuing to grow, our costs, I'm sorry, I don't have that on hand, but I could get back to you with that. That's helpful, but noting that it's a grant funded project.
I understand. It would be good to know how many riders and how much this costs. So if you could send that, that'd be great.
Let me, if I could just clarify a bit, that transportation staff is working up a routine reporting cycle, and I will share that information as soon as it is available.
Councilmember, you're done? Okay, I wanted to find out on the fire training facility replacement. Has there been any discussion with Stanford with regards to updating their site, or does fire department not want to have that location and want to check out some other place? Or build a new facility somewhere else? I mean,
I'm not sure that I see our fire chief on here. What this is ultimately is a study. So I believe that we wouldn't be able to respond to any of those questions. Those will all be part of the study. It's been made clear to staff, obviously, that it is an area that Stanford may look at alternative purposes on their campus. And so we want to be prepared for when that eventually happens. And ultimately, this study will help us identify locations, needs, and the like. And it's just the start.
okay, thank you. I don't see any other lights. So if there's no other questions or comments on attachment C, which is a summary of Stanford related programs and services, then we go ahead and make a motion.
So you actually don't need to approve this. You can approve these as part of the budget, the main budget at the end of the evening. You just aren't going to be able to revisit them and reconsider them once Councilmember Vinker returns.
All right, so no revisiting this when Councilmember Vinker comes in.
Thank you.
You have your chance now. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Councilmember Vinker can come back here. Do you know if we needed to take public comment on this?
You did that as part of the broader public comment for this
Okay.
item. You're good.
All right, so now we come back to council for comments, motions, further discussion. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I want to speak briefly about the sea level rise adaptation plan that was removed, and I know we discussed it a little bit last time, but I had a thought on it. So last year we did a sea level vulnerability assessment, and this year we were supposed to do an adaptation plan. And then after that, we would start taking action. And it's obviously something we can't do quickly. It's going to take a lot of forethought. And I'm just worried about it getting kicked down the road. That said, I did notice on the city website, the May 2023 update just from last month about how we had anticipated beginning community discussions about the sea level rise adaptation plan this year, but that we wanted to coordinate and potentially leverage the resources of Valley Water and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for the levee improvements around our shoreline that they would be doing. And that we've now learned that those construction timelines are shifting and unknown. And so therefore we want to wait and reschedule public discussion. It's considered that it was suggested that we reconsider this at the mid-year budget review. So I'm aware of all that, but what I'm still wondering is, or what I would suggest, the SCAP studies, which are also near and dear to my heart, but there's 3 of them in the $600,000 allocation. And what I'm wondering is if we could take $100,000 of that and put it to the sea level rise adaptation plan with the thought that it would be done in the second half of FY 2024, that we could start it and it could dribble over to the next year, and that it would not slow much of the other SCAP studies. But I haven't been involved directly with, obviously, the departments that were looking at doing this. But I'm just wondering if we can still do the bulk of the SCAP studies and in the second half of FY 2024, begin the sea level rise adaptation plan once we have heard back from Valley Water and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So I don't know what your thoughts are on that. But
Thank you, Councilmember Vinker. I think our intent right now in thinking about the sea level rise adaptation work is the expectation that we would get that funding and begin that work in the second half of fiscal year 24 with the mid-year. In fact, we just had a meeting discussing this today. As you referenced, we're working with Valley Water and hopefully the Corps of Engineers to get some more information from them and to plan a community meeting that will happen either late summer or early fall this year. All that's going to go into what the scope of that sea level rise adaptation plan work is. Frankly, I'm a little nervous about the suggestion of pulling money from those SCAP studies. That SCAP study work is really supporting that our 80 by 2030 goal, which is kind of on a much tighter time frame than when these sea level rise adaptations ultimately will be needed.
yeah, my hope was that that could be put back at the mid-year review too, because it is such a priority, but we could get 5/6 of it going. But doesn't just think out loud about that a little bit for me, if you could.
That could be feasible. All this said, that $600,000 number is just an estimate. We're going to have a request for proposals and consultant proposals to review, and those numbers could end up being hopefully not significantly different than the 600, but that's not a locked-in number.
Okay. So do you have any further information that's shareable about the basis for your optimism about the mid-year review, getting the sea level rise back in the budget?
Well, I do think it's a critical part of the SCAP. It's not really something that we can just, we do need to fund it. Personally, with my role in it, knowing where we are with needing to get these decisions about the scope of the work by the end of the calendar year, I was comfortable with not funding it right now, but I would be making a hard push for the funding to come at mid-year.
Okay, well, I will defer to your expertise and my colleagues on the Finance Committee. I just wanted to make a pitch because this is something you will be hearing from me about again at the mid-year review. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to report out on behalf of the Finance Committee on something that folks may be concerned about if they're paying close attention to the way in which we addressed council's direction to remove $1 million from the proposed use of the tier 2. And that is with regard to $200,000 allocation for youth mental health programs that we did remove. I'm confident there isn't a person up here that doesn't care about youth mental health and improving the mental health of youth in our city. So that's not what's happened. We are not deprioritizing that. It's simply that we learned from Director O'Kane that the $2,000 request was really a placeholder. There was no specific program priority that it was attached to. And so we decided it was all right to remove it from this particular budget, with the hope that we will get some specific programs and efforts to tie dollars to regarding youth mental health.
Council.
Bit more higher level. And first of all, because I haven't heard it yet tonight, I wanted to thank staff for all the work that's gone into this, and our remarkable City Council Finance Committee, who also was in the, what do they call that, in the harness, pulling the wagon with everybody else. And the things that I liked about it, besides that it's obviously accurate, is it was very thoughtful and very organized and very balanced in terms of where the recommendations are coming from, which gives me a lot of confidence in what we've got going here. It was also reported previously, but for the public that is only tuning in tonight on this, you know, we were in a good place starting this budget year because revenues have popped now since the pandemic. They're coming back. And our forecasts on ongoing revenue look quite positive. So that was kind of the starting point, which means happily we can put some things back in for our residents. On the other hand, you know, the cautious aspect of it is that the R word is still being thrown around about the economy, which is recession. And we read in headlines every day that there are layoffs. So I think we're acutely aware of both sides of that, all of us, the 7 of us in staff, as we put this budget together. And I'm comfortable that, you know, both the caution and the optimism are in there. We're really doing, I feel, sort of, again, for the benefit of the public, sort of a 6-month budget, because while we're setting it up for the year, we very much intend to come back in January and take a look at what's there. Not that staff has to start from scratch. I hesitate to, I quickly add, but we have a chance to look at where are the revenues, where are the expenses, what are the opportunities, and should we make adjustments? So as has already been mentioned, with one here, and I'm going to mention one as well, we do get a bit of a second bite at the apple. And therefore, we can be cautious in taking a look at this as we go along. So we also have been able to, you know, put in some very long range things and some short range things, as all budgets are. As you already heard, not every council member is getting everything they want in a budget, which is always happens every year. But I just want to make a couple comments that you say, where's this money going? What are we doing? Well, we're making very much once in a lifetime, once in a generation investments in a couple of areas that we just have to do to support climate change. We have to look at the full electrification of homes. And we're getting behind that in a very big way by looking at the grid and all related projects there. We're also doing, as you well know, we're looking at 4 grade crossings that have to be done. There's probably a 100-year life cycle on that project. And we just have to do that, because if we don't, those trains are going to be coming real fast down the tracks and very frequently, and we're going to have gridlock in town. So those are big investments of time and money, and we just have to step up and address those. At the same time, as you all know, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, we have been able to put money back in for more police on the street, more fire people, more librarians, and so we can keep the libraries open more. And so all that is balanced in here. And again, kudos to the Finance Committee and staff for getting that going. And I also want to make comment that there are some things that we're investing in that we really don't want to, but we have to. And what's that? Well, for example, you know, we have a waterfall of new housing laws that come every year from Sacramento, and that pours into our city and other cities. and we have to manage that. And our legal staff and planning staff has to say, here's how we interpret the laws. Here's how we have to change our ordinances. We have to go through all that. Not to mention the unfunded housing mandate to put in 6,000 homes that we're going to work really hard on. And that takes staff. So we're adding significantly to staff to manage that. And I think that's the right thing to do because we have to do it. And I fully support that. So I just want to mention one area still on my wish list that I think is a little bit at this point is underfinanced. And it's okay because staff can't get to it now in the next 6 months anyway. But we have 3 areas of our city that are going to likely have very high additions to their it's California Avenue and downtown. And the current allocations in the budget doesn't get done necessary neighborhood area planning to make that happen. Everybody's aware of that, and we just have to keep monitoring it and move on it when we can. But the bottom line is, if we want real neighborhoods with the right amenities and the right infrastructures, we have to invest in that. And if we don't, stuff will get built anyway in some sort of a random haphazard way. So we need to come back to that and invest accordingly in that. But overall, as of June 19th, I'm quite happy with this budget and ready to support it.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I have a capital question for staff. So for the Pope Chaucer Bridge, where's the funding for that right now?
Are you referring to the Pope Chaucer Bridge or
Yes.
the Newell Road Bridge?
The Pope Chaucer Bridge.
That project is not funded by the city of Palo Alto.
Okay, so it'll be funded by who?
It's primarily, it's led by the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority.
Okay, so they would pay for it?
Well, it's part of in conjunction with the Reach 2 improvements along the San Francisco Creek. So there is a funding plan yet to be finalized.
Okay, so would we have to pay for it, or is it something that someone else can be paying for?
I don't think we can assume that we have zero responsibility for that.
Okay, do we need to budget for this?
That would not be a need in the upcoming fiscal year.
Okay, thanks. But even if you because I think last season we had a very rainy season, right? And a lot of people got flooded in that area. So I'm just trying to think, sooner the better, probably. So I just want to make sure that we have money for it to do this.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, could you repeat that question?
Sure. So I think you remember last rainy season, we had a lot of people who got flooded in that area. And so I want to make sure that we have money for this project. I don't actually know the schedule, but I was just thinking about, our capital allocation. I looked through the capital budget, I didn't see it in there. So I'm just trying to understand, if the state's paying for it or some other body's paying for it, that's great. I just want to make sure someone's paying for it.
Okay, so perhaps to respond in appropriate context, City of Palo Alto's priority as it relates to the San Francisco Creek capital improvements is the implementation or replacement of the Newell Road Bridge. That among the multiple projects involved in this segment between 101 Freeway and Middlefield Road is the portion of improvements that the city is taking the lead on. And so you do have within your proposed budget, a funding allocation for the Newell Road Bridge. So that, again, with respect to the priority of addressing flooding, we are focused on completing that project.
Well, I think the Chaucer Bridge, the Pope Chaucer Bridge has been a source of flooding for a lot of people kind of in the Crescent Park area. And so I understand, I saw the Newell Bridge one, I understand that. But my question wasn't about the Newell Bridge, it was about the Pope Chaucer Bridge.
And so Newell and Pope Chaucer are part of a multi-agency project or program of projects with the immediate priority agreed upon with the other agencies being the Newell Road Bridge because of our agreement to proceed from a downstream to upstream path.
Okay, so when would the Pope Chaucer Bridge get addressed then?
That is the topic of a rather involved discussion, including, again, with the Joint Powers Authority agencies.
Okay.
We don't
and-
have a specific date at this point, other than general planning dates as that work proceeds.
Okay, so do we need to have money allocated for this to do any studies, to, do engineering or things like that? Or is that going to be funded by someone else?
We do not have a specific proposal at this time. So the work that's ongoing with the other agencies can proceed without the city of Palo Alto allocating money in your upcoming fiscal year.
Okay, so there's nothing that they need from us to make sure that this happens as quickly as possible?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
San Francisco Creek.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just as a very brief update at the last JPA meeting, there was a new study that was released, and that what we discussed that shows that removal of the Pope Chaucer Bridge could create significant flooding downstream. And so we're going to have to kind of reopen that discussion as a JPA and discuss possibilities and possible changes to reach to. So be on the lookout for communications. Those community meetings will be happening over the next several months.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I also wanted to ask, I don't see any other lights, so I just wanted to ask about light pollution. Has that been moved to mid-year as well? Dark skies, light pollution.
I believe that one is funded as part of the budget. Sorry, I'm looking at the table real quick.
I see bird safe glass and wildlife protection.
Mayor Ku, I believe that's included in that project.
Okay.
I will let someone interrupt me if I am incorrect.
So, yeah, that is included in I'm sorry, this is Jonathan Lade, Director for the Planning Development Services. The budget proposal, I believe, does include that request, Mayor.
Thank you. And I don't see any of the lights, so I think we can go ahead and entertain a motion. Shall we include in the motion the referrals as well? The referrals for the eucalyptus tree and let me find the page. To the different committees for consideration. Potential referrals, human services resource allocation process for the HISRAP funding. Consider pegging HSR HISRAP budget allocations to a benchmark such as percentage of general fund budgeted expenses. And the other one is the eucalyptus tree removal study. Refer to City Stanford Ad Hoc Committee for discussions with Stanford on mitigation of fire risk to the city, university, and surrounding areas. Councilmember Burt.
Yes. So I would like to move the set of recommendations that are the staff recommendations, along with the referrals that are listed on slide number 8 that the mayor just cited.
Do we have a second? Second. Thank you, Councilmember Lifgott-Hames. Bless you.
And while the clerk's putting that up, I'll just briefly say that as others have noted, this is really a budget that returns our services to our prior levels and addresses some of the key forward-looking needs that we have. I think that we are really grateful that we can move forward in those directions. And I would add that once again, appreciate the voters and the support of the two ballot measures this last fall, which really helped support the budget so that we were able to take some of those one-time funds to restore positions in public safety and elsewhere. And we now have the projected dollars to be able to continue them. We always need to keep a careful lookout on changes to the economy. But as of right now, this is a budget that I think we can all be pleased with the direction it's going to go and the way it'll address the services that are really valued in our community.
Councilmember Livcott Hames, would you like to speak to your second?
No need. Thank you.
Okay, and I just want to say huge thanks to staff for all your work on the budget and also to the Finance Committee for all the vetting that you did on behalf of council. And with that, we can take the vote, conduct the vote.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Livcott Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
motion carries 6-1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, staff. With that, we're going to go on a 15-minute break. I'm sorry.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to acknowledge the Budget Office staff who's also sitting behind us. It's
Oh.
not just the two of us. I know you see us a lot, but they're sitting here as well. And thank you to the council and to the Finance Committee for the budget hearings this year. It went very smoothly.
Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, and we're on break for 15 minutes. Thank you. 9:00. We're going to resume the council meeting. And we're going to go to consent calendar again for the approvals that we had on the budget. I forgot, did you say that we need to go to public comments?
Yes, we are recommending you do that.
So the consent, if we'll open it for public comments, please.
Our first speaker is Arthur Liberman, followed by Aram James. Arthur Liberman, you should be able to speak. We cannot hear you if you are attempting to speak. I will try you again at the end of public. I will put you down further on the list to try again. Our next speaker is Aram James.
So, I wanted to talk a little bit about the process of putting this many items on the consent calendar. There was a piece today on the front page, the bottom of the Daily Post, on one of my heroes, Pacc Eisenberg. And one of her concerns, and it's a real one, is that turns out that the board members, they get the emails to them are vetted, and even scripted answers are given to the board members. And Rebecca Eisenberg wasn't going for that, okay? She wasn't going for that. So I think it's ludicrous to suggest that, as an example, Greg Tanaka with 40, consent items should be writing a nice question to Ed Chicata and the staff to answer before the meeting comes when you got 40 matters on the calendar. That's just one more, what I call, little attacks, hostility that's directed at Greg Tanaka. And by the way, Ed Chicata, you're not the only one. The three white males on the council, not tonight, but usually they love ganging up on Greg Tanaka. And don't you think I don't notice it, each one of you. I'm going to name you: Ed Louding, okay, Greer Stone, and Pat Burt. You guys just love to undercut Greg whenever you can. Well, that's your problem, isn't it? Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Chris Richardson.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Koo and Council. My name is Chris Richardson, and I'm the Chief Program Officer for Downtown Streets Team. I want to thank city staff, especially Ed Chicata and Mrs. McDonough from the City Manager's Office and the Planning Department in general for their help over this transitioning funding period for us. This funding is the dominant source of funding for the Palo Alto Downtown Streets Team. And without it, we'd cease to provide the DST model, which was founded here in Palo Alto before growing to 19 other California cities and being named an evidence best practice by the League of California Cities and the California State Association of Counties in their homelessness task force. But with this funding in the last fiscal year, we've removed over 280 barriers to self-sufficiency for our team members in town, resulting in 13 unhoused and housing insecure people, Palo Altans, graduating into permanent employment. In addition, team members provide a valuable service to downtown businesses, visitors, and residents. And in that same time period, our team members have removed over 58,000 gallons of debris from the downtown core and over 20,000 cigarette butts. Just like Councilmember Burt said earlier regarding Ada's Cafe and their incredible impact with, beyond those that they serve and the greater community, I'd argue that DST's team members' greatest impact is dispelling myths about homelessness and building those community connections as well. Certainly hard to measure, but very real in our community. But I'd also argue that now more than ever, that providing a permanent pathway out of homelessness is essential for our entire community. And we'd like to thank you for your consideration, but also the city for allowing us to continue our important work. Supporting Downtown Streets team over the last few years through this transition to new leadership on the board and staff level, and for standing behind our team members. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Arthur Liberman. Okay. If you are trying to speak, Arthur Limberman, we cannot hear you. So, all right, that concludes public comment.
Okay, this concludes public comment. I'm sorry, Mr. Lieberman. And with that, it comes back to council. Any registering of no votes? Councilmember Tanaka?
No on 33, 36, and 38.
To confirm, that was 33, 36, and 38?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, we can move. Will someone move the consent calendar? I'll move it. Need a second, please. Thank you, Councilmember Burt.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Mayor Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Motion's carry.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak on your no votes?
Sure, thank you. So let's see, 33, basically more money for the business tax. I didn't support it originally. I think, with mass layoffs, the recession, bank failures, doesn't make sense, still doesn't make sense. 36, it's kind of bizarre. So this is to do analysis on how we get our block grant funding. But one bid's 211K and the other one's 6,000. I mean, it's quite a difference. It's like 2 order of magnitudes different. And, more money we spend on analysis, less money we can spend on the people that actually need it. So that doesn't make sense to me. And then 38 is just consistent with my my prior vote on Life Moves. Oh, and then, the other thing is, we have 800 pages this time, a ton of consent items. And, we did submit questions into the city manager, but we didn't get answers to them. And so, and also if there's ever a time that we're asked to approve a contract and the contract's not in the packet, I'm simply not going to approve it.
All right. So that concludes consent calendar. And now we're going to move into a study session regarding the Tree Protection Ordinance Year 1 Implementation Update.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and City Council. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. With me here at the table is Peter Gollinger, our urban forester. And then out in the audience, we also have Mike Wong, Assistant Director of Public Works. I'm sure you recall that it's been almost exactly a year since council voted to approve the updated tree ordinance. That was last June. And at that time, we had direction from council that after the first year of implementation, to review the ordinance implementation with the Planning and Transportation Commission and Parks and Recreation Commission, and return to council with any adjustments that we might recommend out of that process. So Peter and his team in urban forestry have been working very hard over the past year to implement the ordinance, but somewhat interrupted by the series of storms this winter, which really pulled them away from those efforts. And kind of as a result of those storms and given concerns from community members that we've heard about trees falling during the storms and some people referencing the updated tree ordinance, we wanted to take this opportunity just to update the council on the information we have from the most of the first year. It hasn't been quite a year that the ordinance has been in effect. So we're here before you tonight. We do still intend in the fall, late summer or fall, to go to PTC and PRC as originally intended to follow up with them. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Peter for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Brad, and thank you, Mayor and council members. Next slide, please. So this will be brief. I'm going to review the timeline of the review process we have in place, give you a brief summary of the changes that were included in the ordinance, discuss some data that we've collected from the first 10 months that it's been in effect, and then talk about some of the implementation items that we've completed and some that are still upcoming. Next slide, please. As Director Eggleston just mentioned, this is the rough timeline for our implementation review process. So I won't go into too much detail there. Next slide. Some of the key changes that went into effect last July 21st with the ordinance going into effect were an expanded definition of protected trees, some updates to the allowable reasons for removal of protected trees, a new focus on maintenance of private protected trees, and some major revisions to the notification and appeals process. Next slide, please. Here you'll see the list of species that are protected under the updated ordinance. 3 of these species were previously protected. The coast live oak, valley oak, and redwood were protected previously. Just to give you some perspective, our estimates under the old ordinance, we had approximately 82,000 trees in the city that would qualify as protected. Under the new ordinance, we estimate about 224,000 trees. So the majority of those are the 15 inches or larger, which is the new category you'll see there. Next slide, please. So this is some of the data that we have collected so far in the first 10 months. These are for tree removals outside of development. So these are for tree permits not related to a project. You'll see we have higher numbers than the previous years. However, some of the data is pretty consistent. For instance, the damage to structures is pretty steady across all 3 years we have there. This is for the 10 months of the first 10 months of the ordinance, and the other numbers are also for the same time frame. So it's the 10 months where we wanted to do apples to apples. So it's July 21st to May 31st for each of those years. We estimate we're going to have about 150 total tree permits for calendar year 23. Of the applications submitted under the new ordinance, 57% of the trees included were newly protected. Next slide, please. One of the key updates is maintenance notification for maintenance on protected trees. This is not a permit. There's no fee required, and the city does not approve or deny. This was one of the things we had some confusion about during the storm season. So folks that are getting ready to maintain a private protected tree simply fill out a form to notify the city. We use that data then if we're asked about activity on a street. So for instance, a resident calls and says, there's somebody cutting the street. Well, we have a maintenance notification, so we can quickly answer their question and say it's just being maintained. Part of the upside to this is that as part of filling out this form, they have to agree to follow best practices in the maintenance of their trees. Next slide, please. The noticing system is also in effect. We are sending out postcards when an application is received and a second postcard when a decision is made. And this is to properties within 300 feet of the tree. Next slide, please. Some of the completed outreach efforts are all of our city web pages have been updated. We've created a new trees frequently asked questions page, which addresses a lot of the issues with the new ordinance and storms. We've created an email distribution list to arborist and tree care companies to push out updates on individual aspects of the ordinance. And our nonprofit partner Canopy has updated their website and has put out information in their newsletter that they email out to about 4,500 subscribers. Next slide, please. So the storm system, the storm season that happened. 4 of the top 20 recorded peak flows on San Francisco Creek happened this winter. 4 of the top 20 historic flows. That's just mind-boggling. We had multiple storm events with high rainfall totals in a short time period, followed by high winds, upwards of 80 miles an hour. We had saturated soils and high winds, and staff was involved in storm cleanup for about 4 months, and there may even be a few items still in process. Next slide, please. So some data. We had 10 emergency tree removal permits issued. So these are private protected trees that fell, and we issued an emergency removal permit. Staff responded to 243 limb failures during the first 4 months or 3 months. And to give you some perspective, that's a year. So normal numbers, we responded to 250 limb pickups for an entire calendar year. We did that in the first 3 months of the year. 206 of those were from city trees, and 37 of those were from private trees that were into the right of way. 43 city trees were removed. There were 50 tree-related electric outages, and we had over 560 tons of green debris that we removed. Just for comparison, for the same time period in 2022, we only had 40 limb failures, only 5 trees removed, and 3 electric outages caused by trees. Next slide, please. So outreach efforts that are upcoming, direct mailed postcard to all Palo Alto residents with information about the ordinance update, utility bill inserts, informational ads in local printed and electronic press, and we're going to do some webinar sessions targeted at local arborists and tree care companies. Next slide, please. I think that's a brief update.
Yes, thanks, Peter. And with that, we'll turn it back to you, Mayor Koo.
Thank you. So we can go to public comments first.
Our first speaker is Bob Sanner, followed by Karen Holman.
Hi, good evening. My name is Bob Sanner. I'm a 44-year resident of St. Holman Barron Park. I'm going to say some perhaps dramatic and accusatory things, and I hope you will therefore listen. I stood here 1 year ago and urged the council not to pass the staff proposed new ordinance. I said it didn't go far enough in protecting residents and was not compliant with state law. The council's reaction then was, ho-hum, we listened to staff, and it passed unanimously. When I said it didn't comply with State Code 3497, the city manager and city attorney likewise ignored me. If your property is being damaged, you have a possible case for tree removal. The foundations and eaves phrase that we just saw is only part of that and has no basis in state law. Those words do not exist in state law. Maybe you like or dislike the state law, but it is the law. So the city arborist, came up with those words. All the city has to do is cite the words of the 140-year-old state law, which, by the way, Sunnyvale does it, Los Altos does it, this county does it. I don't know why we don't do it. Well, actually, I do know why. The city is just opening itself up to legal fees. There could be successful litigation against it if it ignores the state law. I read that 3 removal applications were declined in the last year or so, and all might state law. I hope you believe that the city is subject to the state law. I know that it is because I filed suit against my neighbor for his trees, and my attorney argued state law, and his attorney argued the Palo Alto ordinance. So guess who wins? I win. I want to make another very, very serious point. The city is intentionally being non-transparent with its residents. The city is subject to state law. Of course it is. The city is just unwilling to tell residents about that state law. And I'm not making this up. I was in a meeting, as these gentlemen know, a 3-person meeting. And I was literally in the room when this part of the ordinance was written. This part of it was handwritten by the city arborist, and this was his decision over my objection. And he said, in effect, the city's partner is Canopy, and Canopy in general doesn't want trees taken down.
Thank you for your comment, but your time is up.
One more. So we in Palo Alto are going to make it more difficult than the state code to take down trees. So this is pretty easy to fix.
Our next speaker is Karen Holman, speaking on behalf of Terry Holzmer, Bob Phillips, Andy Reid, and Hank Souza. Karen Holman, you should be able to speak, and you have been allotted 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I'd like to thank the City Council and the city staff, in particular Peter Gollinger, for their efforts on behalf of our Canopy. I'm speaking on behalf of Tom Du Bois, who's not able to be here this evening, and asked that I read the following letter for him. My understanding is that tonight is an informational study session on the Tree Protection Ordinance update of 2021, and the consideration of any potential policy changes will be agendized after review by boards and commissions in the fall. There seems to be some misunderstanding of what the Tree Protection Ordinance is and is not. I want to provide my perspective. Again, this is Tom speaking. First adopted in 1951, the ordinance hadn't been updated since 2011. After many public meetings, including community outreach, ARB, Parks and Rec, and council meetings, we passed a thoughtful update last year. During last year's review process, I looked at the protection ordinances of surrounding cities. With the Palo Alto update, we moved from lagging behind other cities in tree protection to middle of the pack. Our ordinance protects trees over 15 inches in diameter. This is not extreme in any way. 15 inches aligns us with Los Altos, Menlo Park, and Mountain View. East Palo Alto protects trees starting at 8 inches in diameter. Redwood City and Sunnyvale protect them at 12 inches in diameter. The vast majority of our trees are on private land, and as with any other private infrastructure, it must be maintained by the owners, including watering and pruning when necessary. Again, this is true in all cities, to my knowledge. Our urban forester is making good progress helping ensure that residents know what to do. Satellite-based tree management solutions that the city uses now help us manage our urban forest to be much more proactive than we were able in the past. There was some negative press during the storms. Yes, we had very severe weather this year with 80-mile-an-hour winds that blew down branches and trees. It was shocking, dangerous, and sad to see. the storm didn't impact just Palo Alto. Talking to our urban forester and canopy, other cities had similar impacts and worse. However, we need to keep severe weather in perspective and not point to this rare event as justification to weaken a very reasonable ordinance. In terms of the ordinance's implementation, you see in the staff report data, the impact has been minimal. The old and new tree ordinance resulted in similar outcomes on a percentage basis. One final and very important point, we need to protect smaller diameter trees now because Palo Alto has a more mature urban canopy relative to some of our neighboring cities. We must protect smaller diameter trees in order to have younger trees replace the older ones. Without that, we risk losing both our older, larger trees and the smaller ones growing now that could replace them. Regards, Tom Du Bois. And now, because the Canopy Board has their own meeting this evening, I was asked as a member of the Canopy Advisory Board members. We are writing to reiterate our support for Palo Alto's updated tree protection ordinance and to express our deep gratitude to city staff for their dedicated work on implementation. Less than a year ago, the City Council took a vital step forward in growing and preserving the city's urban forest. The ordinance update aligned the city's ordinance with what neighboring cities have already implemented and added clear criteria to guide decision-making. We look forward to continuing to partner with the city as implementation of the updated ordinance continues. Last winter's unprecedented storms underscore the importance of the city's commitment to its urban forest. Beloved trees fell or were damaged, and our community experienced fear, loss, and property damage due to the torrential storms. Yet trees remain the most important nature-based solution to climate change. Despite the loss, our valued urban forest remains in place, sequestering carbon, combating the urban heat island effect, and cooling buildings. One of the key points in Canopy's message of support for our community during the storms was proactive tree care. Appropriate watering and proper pruning will help trees withstand storms. We are grateful for the opportunity to partner with the city's excellent staff, in particular urban forestry section led by Peter Gollinger, on outreach for the updated ordinance. Canopy's Tree News newsletter have reached thousands of community members. Canopies and the city's web pages have answered many questions, and the ordinance update has been incorporated into Canopy's popular tree walk brochure for Palo Alto. Over the coming months, additional components of the city's thorough outreach plan will be rolled out. As the city works towards its sustainability and climate action plan goal of increasing citywide tree canopy coverage to 40% by 2030, the updated tree protection ordinance plays a key role. We appreciate your commitment to growing and preserving Palo Alto's urban forest. Regards, Cami Lowe, Interim Executive Director, Canopy. Thank you. And that's the end of the two letters I was presenting. And thank you all again to staff and council for your commitment to our canopy.
Our next speaker is John Kelly, followed by Leah Brusson.
Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, council members, I'm going to take the really unpopular position tonight, and I'm going to urge you very emphatically to undo the mistake that you did last year. The ordinance that you proposed and adopted in 2022 was ill-conceived. It's turned out, we know now tonight, to be extremely expensive, and it's causing you collateral problems in other areas, not least of which is going to be the HCD's reception of your housing element. Ill-conceived, poorly advised, mistaken. Why do I say that? Because last year on June 6, 2022, Eric Filseth had this colloquy with the urban forester. Eric asked, how many trees a year are we currently losing between 15 and 36 inches? The urban forester responded, unfortunately, we do not have any data on these size and types of trees. If you look at some canopy cover imagery, overall, we are increasing canopy. Why did we do this in the first place? We didn't have a problem. Our urban canopy was growing. And yet there was a group of people who thought we were doing something really horrible, that we weren't keeping up with other jurisdictions. Should we start comparing ourselves to all other jurisdictions on all issues? Maybe we should, but that's going to lead to some very dramatic changes. So the mere fact that other jurisdictions which have less dense urban forests are trying to protect more trees doesn't mean that Palo Alto should do something differently. In fact, we haven't learned anything from the data that's been supplied tonight. There was an average of 40 tree removal permits during the two preceding periods that the staff analyzed. There were 66 in the period the last 10 months. That's a net gain of 26 tree removal permits, not related to development. 26 not related to development. How much is that costing us? What are we paying for each one of those additional tree removal permits? Something on the order of $10,000 to $12,000. How do I get to that? Well, the staff report last year said it was going to be about $300,000 and you were going to recover $150,000 of it through increased fees. There's also, I forget what the exact number is, $742,000, which went to Canopy over 2 years. You do the math, at least on those 26 units, you get to something north of $10,000 a tree. I've got 9 seconds left. I'll just say one other thing, which is this ordinance, and I think staff knows this, does not comply with state law regarding statewide exemption ADUs. And if you don't do something about it, I believe the HCD is going to take note of that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leah Russin, followed by Jeff Greenfield.
Good evening. Thank you for having public comment on this issue. This is not something I really wanted to be speaking to you about, as there are many other very important issues facing the city. However, this ordinance impacted myself and my family and my children in a very severe and negative way. I'm here to call attention to the fallacy that arborists can know with certainty whether a tree poses a risk to life, limb, or property. They cannot. I'm also here to beg for flexibility in implementing this ordinance, or that you rescind it altogether and go back to the drawing board. The problem, the city's ordinance only allows removal of large trees if they are dead, diseased, dying, or damaging a house, present tense, not poses a risk, but currently damaging. It unreasonably demands that residents assume the unknowable risk of whether these trees are healthy. Reliance on arborists is misguided. I asked for permission to remove a giant fir tree from my backyard last summer because it interfered with my family's use of the yard. City staff did not fully answer my inquiry until after the ordinance went into effect, and then told me that a permit would be expensive and I probably wouldn't get it, and discouraged me from applying at all. However, I consulted one of the independent consulting arborists on the Canopy list and paid for her to come out to my house and look. And she told me that there was nothing wrong with my tree that could be used to justify getting a permit under the city's new ordinance. That cost me $100 just to get an oral opinion from her. She told me it would be $500 to $1,000 if she actually wrote a report that I could then submit to the city. The city told me it would be $500 to apply for a permit that I certainly would not get, and I should not bother. 8 months later, during those storms, which yes, were unusual. However, I believe they are our new normal. We are going to be experiencing ever more severe storms. That's why my insurer, State Farm, has pulled out of the state following that storm. They anticipate more of the same, and we should too. 8 months later, I had holes through my roof, attic, and ceiling on 2 floors of my house. I looked out the window and saw the tree swaying. And ironically, I called my husband, who was upstairs, and said, could you please go video the tree swaying so that we can send it to the city and maybe they'll let us take it down? I hung up on the phone with him. I looked out the window and the tree was falling towards me. I had my 3-year-old in my lap. This was the day after her birthday. I picked her up and ran out the front door into the rain, thinking in my head, how fast and how far do I have to go to outrun a tree? People asked me, was it loud? I couldn't tell you. my senses were 100% on survival. That's not okay. I beg you, rescind this ordinance, and I beg you, ask your staff for good data. My tree is not in any of the data they presented. I did not need a permit to remove a downed tree. I will be done in just a second. There was no cost benefit assessment. There is no data in that report on what it costs a private homeowner to remove a tree now.
Unfortunately, you are only allotted 3 minutes.
I'm also speaking on behalf of my husband. I'd like another 3 minutes for him.
Unfortunately,
All
he
right,
has to
I'll be back
present in
and I will submit
chambers.
my written comment, but please understand, this ordinance has impacts to our children. My daughter still has nightmares.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Jeff Greenfield.
Good evening, Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, and City Council members. I'm Jeff Greenfield. I'm Chair of the Parks and Rec Commission and the liaison to the Urban Forestry Department within the Parks and Rec. I'm also an advisor for Canopy, but I will be speaking primarily on my own behalf, except as I specify otherwise this evening.
Jeff, could you pull the thing to, yes.
Thank you. That sounds better. The updated tree ordinance is a result of a comprehensive review of a very important city ordinance, which has not been substantively updated for more than 20 years. The updates are extensive, thoughtful, and balanced. The result is a more detailed and nuanced ordinance and with more transparent processes. The net positive impact for our beloved urban canopy is very significant, as Peter Gollinger highlighted. This will result in a broad range of well-understood benefits, including increased carbon sequestration to help our community move closer to achieving our sustainability goals and improving resiliency for our urban forest. After a comprehensive update, it's reasonable to expect that there will be a need to tweak things to get it right. But let's keep things in focus. And it's unfortunate that some of the comments this evening have been off topic. This is a study session reviewing the implementation status of this updated ordinance. This is a long-term investment. Staff has ramped up and lots of good work has been completed along with Canopy's support as well. Yes, it's unfortunate we're behind in a few areas, and it's important now to discuss how to complete this effort. And it's unfortunate we suffered an extreme weather event, not to discount significant losses that were incurred. But let's stay the course here. It's important for the community. It's important for the community to have an opportunity to share their experiences and voice their opinions. But that's not what we're here for tonight. We know that urban forestry staff is on the front lines. It's very important to hear their assessment and their recommendation of tweaks or adjustments to consider. Even more important is for staff to have appropriate time to prepare this assessment and recommendation for you. As you've heard, the plan is for PRC and PTC to review the updates, provide an opportunity for community feedback. As PRC chair now, I will confirm the commission has been looking to bring this discussion to our agenda. The storm impacted rollout delays were a factor, and more recently staff has advised we hold off until after the city council update, but this will be coming to PRC. Let's stay the course. The urban forestry team is now fully staffed. We've got a strong team in place, which is further supported by Canopy. For much of the public outreach effort. I'm really confident in this team. I look forward to returning to you later this year to further discuss our Title IX tree ordinance update. And I thank you for your time and consideration this evening.
Our next speaker is Aaron James, followed by Winter Dellenbach.
Well, I've been in the city of Palo Alto most of my 74 years. The Eichler I live in now, which my mom lived in about 60 years, didn't have a lot of trees when she came here, but boy, what a canopy she left. I really could understand and agree with Mr. Sanders, Mr. Kelly's, and Leah Russin's positions. Mr. Greenfield, I've been called a kook, but you sure as hell sounded like a kook tonight. You seem to go back and forth between, representing yourself as a private citizen and then as part of a committee. And that seems on borderline problematic and a conflict. What did Ronald Reagan say about redwood trees? All of you tree lovers like me, huh? We gotta love him. He said, "You seen one redwood tree? You've seen them all." But he had a similar statement. during the grape boycott, where the farm workers were asking folks to boycott grapes, and Ronald Reagan says, the reason I stay so young is I eat grapes every day. Now, he wasn't one of my favorite politicians, but my dad used to say to me, Aaron, most of the experts you'll find on this planet are the self-anointed and a shrink to say that my client was not competent to stand trial. It's just a matter of how many phone calls it took me on a given thing. You're going to get experts on every side of this, but it's very scary, as Leah Russin said, to have an expert tell you that a tree's not going to fall in your yard, and the next thing is it's falling through your house and putting your kids at risk. So, and I like the presentation tonight, but I think the big question is when you've expanded the number of trees that are now protected, and come on, you all are these big climate change folks, and I subscribe to that science, generally speaking. I like to hear both sides all the time, free speech stuff, but I don't think this is a rare event. I mean, you can't have it both ways, saying, we're suffering from the risk of severe climate change. And then when we see it in reality with all these trees that were falling during the storms that nobody predicted, the arborists were saying they were just fine and they were falling and putting people at risk. You can't have it both ways. And that's what some of our radical, I guess I've been accused of being a radical from time to time. And so that's not so bad. But some of these radical tree folks on this ordinance are going to put people's lives at risk. And if Mr. Zanner is correct, and I have no reason to suggest that it isn't, that state law and federal law occupy the territory, and the city has no business trying to nullify state laws like the segregationist members of the city council. I guess I'd like to call themselves residentialists, that euphemism there. But, you can't supplant a state law without putting your litigation budget at risk. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach.
Hi, I'm sure you're all looking forward to some time off. Well deserved, by the way. I think you're generally doing a good job. I want to first say, I'm really sorry that your tree fell and that scared you and did some property damage. I truly mean that. I had a tree fall when we first moved into our house years ago. A giant valley oak fell in our front yard, not due to any storm or anything else. It fell. It was rotten. We would have had a tomography done with a consulting arborist. It would have been found and we could have addressed it. At least we got some good honey out of it because it had a big hive. But I want to say that under our old tree ordinance, we protected less than 15% of our city and privately owned trees. Now 33% are protected. So the vast majority remain unprotected. I wish we protected more trees, but 66% unprotected. More natives are now protected, and the planting of drought-tolerant and climate-adapted and non-invasive species is promoted like the city has done ever before. If the city is proactive, we can continue protecting and growing our urban forest while also reducing the risk of tree and limb failure. To do this and further implementation of the tree ordinance, the city could better educate tree owners to preventively care for their trees just as they do for their homes. The needed information is on the Urban Forestry website, Pacc, and on Canopy's website, which includes a tree care hotline, terrific detailed information on preparing and caring for trees before and after storms, and why to hire a licensed consulting arborist to check and maintain tree health, including an arborist list and contact information. And yes, you do have to have a thorough check done by a very good licensed arborist. I strongly recommend, well before winter rains, that the city can send an insert in residential and commercial utility bills or via direct and email to alert residents to the need to actively care for and maintain their trees. Include links to the online resources I just mentioned. The city could also sponsor a community workshop with our urban forester and Canopy to discuss our new tree ordinance. There's so many misconceptions. The city doesn't pay for tree permits, of course, just like other permits. The people that want the permit pay for the permit. So we don't spend money on permits. So have a community meeting to discuss our tree ordinance, how to best prevent tree and limb failure, and the myriad benefits of trees. Climate change not being the least of them. While we can't always control the strength of Mother Nature, we can preventively cooperate with her for our mutual benefit and safety, and we should. And there are no guarantees in this life of 100% safety. I think of it every time I get in my car and drive anywhere. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, and we'll come back to council. Anybody have questions, comments, motions? Please go for it. Oh, no motion. I'm sorry. Yeah, study session. I was like on a roll. Let's get this done. Councilmember Lowing.
I'll start off with just a couple of data questions on packet page 755. First of all, you say in the permit section there, once our new tree permit workflow is active, what's the estimated time on that?
So I had a meeting with the technical folks over in planning and development, and that should be live next week.
Okay. And then under the next bullet point section, it just you have 11 no decisions rendered, but under that a sub bullet says 3 denied, which sounds like that's a decision rendered. So that seems like a conflict actually.
Yeah, that's a bullet error. So there are 3 denied. 1 was canceled by the applicant, and 7 were denied but could be approved if more information was provided. So essentially, the reason they stated was an adequate reason for removal, but they didn't provide enough evidence.
So what was the basis for denial? It's my follow-up question.
So if those 3 denials the reason they stated didn't meet any of the allowable reasons for removal in the ordinance.
Okay. I've got more, but if somebody else wants to go with data questions, they can do that. Or should I just continue?
Oh, you can just continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
It seems to me at this point, I mean, a lot of this is still TBD and work in progress. And I totally respect that. And I know this is a study session. It seems to me that so far, the kind of core issue here is educating people. And I note, for example, that you say you just simply fill out a form for the tree notification, and there's no fee, but people don't know that they have to do that. It's just not general knowledge now because it hasn't been done before. So it's not a question of if there's a fee or not. We just don't all know it. I mean, I will say I'm pretty aware of what's going on in the city, and I didn't actually know that part. I've got a bid from a tree arborist right now to maintain a very magnificent, gorgeous redwood tree. And I'm happy to comply. I just didn't know I was supposed to do that. So I think just generally, and it couples with my other comment here, you talk about the T1 sheet, the tree protection as part of the plan. And I'm hearing generally that you want to put postcards out about that. I know it's more expensive, but it seems like, something in a letter or a flyer or something that's just jumps out at you and says, hey, there's new situation here you need to know about. Maybe you emphasize the neighborhoods that have more trees for the first mailing and see if you get responses or something to keep the cost down. But I don't think just a postcard for notification that a tree might be applied to come down, I think that's fine. But if we're really trying to educate folks, and I always love the bill inserts and utility bills, I just don't know how many people read them. I do because I'm really interested in that stuff, but I don't think we can depend on that or websites from our own or Canopy. We have to be proactive on this if we expect folks to come up the learning curve. I think we do have more things to learn, and case studies like we're hearing tonight are some of the things that we need to hear to evaluate that, to see if we have enough, what should I say, flexibility on any of these other items, not making a judgment on that, just, and the volume of stuff that you had to do this year with the limb failures, 6 times last year, and the city trees removed is 8 times what last year was. So this is definitely an anomaly in terms of data gathering. Thanks.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank Mr. Gollinger for the presentation and Director Eggleston. Also want to thank members of the public for sharing their heartfelt comments with us about the tree ordinance. I want to speak to the intersection of our tree ordinance and our need for trees and respect for trees, and our housing element and our obligation to build more housing. They obviously intersect at some point. And when y'all come back to us this fall, I'm really hoping for some very concrete data about the impact of the tree ordinance on requests for housing permits. I think we all obviously appreciate how essential our tree canopy is for carbon sequestration and for cooling and for the aesthetic experience of living in a community with trees. And yet we've also got to build some infill housing in places in this city. And so housing permits for JDUs, ADUs, SB9 lot splits, any other efforts to create new units of housing where such homeowners, landowners are requesting the removal of a tree and they're not allowed to remove that tree because of the tree ordinance. I'd be interested in those data, please, this fall. And the question that I would like to put out there is there, when we have such conflicts, is there a way to say, for the sake of getting one more unit of housing, we're going to let you take that tree down, but you homeowner are obligated to plant, I don't know, 2 to 5 more trees than you're taking down in areas of the city that currently don't have trees, but where housing is planned. For example, San Antonio, where we plan to build lots of housing, but it's not very green. Maybe there's a way to make a meaningful exchange. So we don't just retain the number of trees we need, we might get more, but we're also able to meet our housing goals at the same time. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So a couple of things. One, I was really struck by the number of how many protected trees we had under the old ordinance of 82,000 versus 224,000 today. And when I did a rough calculation of the number of households, that's, and not all these trees are on residential properties, but it's about 9 per household. It's an interesting context, and I think it's worth kind of thinking about that. So one question on the, we have the notification for the major or significant maintenance, and I see no fees required, and it's not a approval or denial. But how do we apply the same standard to the city contracted street tree maintenance? Or do we in any way require our arborists or our tree maintenance companies to apply, do their work according to similar standards?
Yes, those best practice standards are included in the contracts for our
How long
tree
have
workers.
those standards been the requirement?
As longer than I've been here.
Okay, so then I will simply state that I think we have a big disconnect between the contractual standards and the way that they actually trim our trees, a very serious one. I can show you just a whole block of London plane trees in our neighborhood that today are trimmed like they're digger pines. It's just nothing to do with the natural shape and form in which those trees grow, not even in the ballpark. And so I think we have to good standards. So that's going to be something that I'm going to be very interested in referring how we have better compliance. And then can staff provide some insights on the concerns that were raised by a couple of members of the public about this state code requirement. I think, was it 3497? And the assertion that many other cities incorporate that by reference in their tree ordinances, but that we do not. Is that correct? And what's the substance of that state code?
I would have to defer to the attorney's office for the details. What I do recall of it when this was brought up while we were working on the tree ordinance update was that this was language in a state definition of nuisance. I think it was not necessarily specific to trees, but some other jurisdictions have taken that language and put it in their own local tree protection ordinances.
And is there a reason that we would not do that ourselves? See the city attorney.
I think our ordinance is more stringent by design than what that language allows, was my understanding.
Yeah, I recall, along with the Public Works Director, that we did look at this when the issue was raised. I do not recall the details, so I don't feel like I'm in a position to respond on the fly without the section number. And
the assertion by one of the members of the public did not disagree that ours was more stringent. I think the argument was whether state law would prevail in terms of that definition, or do we have the latitude to establish a different definition?
so I can say with confidence that we carefully review the content of proposed ordinances to ensure that they are enforceable in light of the whole legal scheme that applies both locally and at the state level. I just can't give you specifics on this issue on the
And now
fly.
just in this first round of wrap up. No, you can't. I'm sorry. You cannot. I'm sorry. You cannot. I'm sorry. You cannot. Yeah. So what I was going to say was that when we did adopt the ordinance, I pushed for this 1-year review. I believed it had many positive elements, but concerned that it would have some significant ramifications, some of which we were not able to anticipate, and that we should come back and really look at how we should refine it. And I don't think it's against our principles of protecting a canopy to coming back and looking fairly at how it should be adjusted. So that's going forward. Thanks.
Councilmember Finker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. I want to thank the public for all the comments. I think this is a tricky balance we're trying to strike here. And I agree with what my colleagues, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames and Councilmember Burt, have said in that vein. There was a comment about our canopy being increasing before we passed this ordinance, so perhaps we didn't need to. But I wonder whether it was passed with the intent that we strike some kind of balance with the housing that we plan to build. And I would encourage us also to find a way to be pro-tree and pro-housing. That whole concern about whether there were trade-offs seemed to underlie the debate last year, but I didn't see a lot about it in this report. And so I do hope we can look more deeply into that when this comes back. Because it is unclear to me whether we've struck that balance. And I do recall watching the tree ordinance debate last year, and I remember hearing about the request for a 1-year review. And so I expected a little more of that tonight, although I do appreciate it's a study session. And I'm glad that it's going to be going to the PTC and parks. But when it comes back, I think we're going to have to grapple with this balance more directly. Having a good canopy, as has been noted, is very important to our climate plan. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the trees that form that canopy have to be static. In other words, the same trees. And I wonder whether we could think about things, and whether staff could think about this, as to whether there are canopy equivalents. Like, do you have to have the same trees forever that somebody before you planted? Or can you swap them out for something equally good. I know there's diameter issues, there's maturity issues, there's, making sure that they are well planted and stay, but there may be things we can do that get around some of these issues. But I also just want to note that I think most of us were moved by Ms. Russin's recount of her experience with the tree that fell into her house while she was holding her 3-year-old. It's just terrifying to think about. So I think that the comment about the standards that one needs to meet to remove a tree, talking about it being currently damaging or instead of posing a risk, is something we need to look at very carefully. Maybe I don't understand it fully enough, but it seems to me if there is an imminent risk, that's something we would want to also include. So, in our home, we kind of laugh. My daughter is a big tree advocate, and so we laugh about, I love trees. That's said a lot in our house. The city loves trees. We have them. It's a value, but we're going to have to try to balance it. So hopefully we can consider some of those things when this comes back to council. But thank you for your work on this, and thank you for the presentation.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, actually, I want to see if that member of the public who wanted to speak, if you want to just state your question. To the chair, is it okay, Mayor?
You know what? I'm going to say no. So let's move on.
Okay, can you explain why?
He's already stated that the state law is being used, and so we've already gone through that. So I think that we don't need to state it anymore.
Okay, I'd like to ask the city attorney. So if the city refuses to let someone to cut down a tree and the tree subsequently falls on the house, it would seem to me that the city has liability in that case. And I was wondering if you could comment on that and explain why it does or doesn't have liability.
Generally, no, we don't provide advice based on generalized hypotheticals like that. What I will do on this issue, we did look at this before. I did not know this issue would come up this evening. Please do me the courtesy of allowing me to go back and look at our records and advise you fully on a technical issue. I'm not going to guess tonight, but when this item does come back, I will work this issue up and give you and the public an answer on the issue.
My second question is, $500 strikes me as really expensive. So why is it so expensive to get a tree removed? I mean, maybe some people can't afford it. Like, why is the fee so high?
Can you clarify for me, please?
What is the fee for the tree removal?
A tree removal permit is $457 to the city.
It strikes me as rather expensive, but why so high?
So it involves at least one site visit by city staff, as well as processing and reviewing documents submitted as part of the process. It's actually quite cheap when you compare it to other development permits.
Okay, and what if someone can't afford it?
If the tree is dead or an immediate hazard, we can work with them. We have issued no fee permits for truly dead trees, but it's a case-by-case situation.
I see. Okay. And how's that determined?
Again, it depends on the state of the tree and the emergency need.
Okay, because to me, I'm a big fan of trees as well, but I think people's property and safety matter more. And so I think being, kind of siding on a favor of if there's a possibility a tree might fall, might hurt someone, might damage property, to me, I mean, we're lucky here, no one died, but certainly a house, I think she told me is over $100,000 worth of damage, right? I mean, that's a lot of money. And it could be devastating to some people, to some families, right? To some people. Not everyone in Palo Alto is rich. And so I just think we have to be very conscious of that and make the process a lot easier, a lot more streamlined.
So we do have a detailed process to remove a tree if it poses an imminent hazard, and that's deemed by an arborist who reviews it. Some trees don't appear to have a hazard. Again, there's no guarantee. Trees are a living thing, so you can't
Well, I mean, that's also why I would argue that we should be kind of generous here, right? So because it's hard to tell, like, I mean, yeah, sure, you could get a radar or do something really fancy to investigate a tree, but sometimes that's really hard to do or expensive to do. And also time matters too, right? I mean, if the tree's about to fall, you don't want to like spend weeks or months trying to get some expert out there and then go through the city process. So how long is the city process to get a permit?
With the notification, it takes a couple weeks. However, if there's an imminent hazard and the arborist calls, we'll issue an immediate removal permit if there's an imminent hazard, and there's no delay. We'll give them verbal authorization to remove the tree and then issue the permit post.
So you get someone, so if someone like says, hey, you know, it's raining, it's blowing really hard, you will issue the permit on the spot?
If they have an arborist certified, call us and let us know that they inspected the tree and they deem it an imminent hazard, yes.
But, you know, sometimes it's really hard to get an arborist coming out, especially if there's a lot of, you know, trees that have fallen and whatnot. And so isn't it a little bit kind of unreasonable to ask someone to put their life and property at risk to try to go round up a arborist in the middle of a rainstorm? I mean, it just seems like a little bit asking for too much.
That's always been our minimum standard in the tree technical manual, which was written many years ago.
Okay.
That's the minimum standard we required.
That might be, but it just strikes me as being really placing a lot of liability on the city by having a super high bar when there's property and people at risk. Because a falling tree, especially a very big tree, can be incredibly dangerous. And so I would very much look forward to the city attorney's kind of analysis on this, because it just seems like we're walking on thin ice here.
Well, if I could perhaps interject a bit as well. Let me just note that if there were an imminent safety issue, that staff would follow up and deal with that on a case-by-case
Yeah,
basis.
but you're saying you have to get an arborist report, which is kind of crazy.
As I said, staff would follow up on a case-by-case basis. Once again, we don't want to and would be inappropriate to try to identify what that situation would look like. But again, our staff has proven on a day-to-day, night-to-night basis that if there are emergency situations, that staff will respond. So Peter was responding with respect to the process for approval, but I do want to not take for granted the scenarios that you painted in which we would be unresponsive to a specific situation, either related to the tree or related to the owner.
Council, Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Gollinger, thank you for your work and your presentation tonight. You know, the data comparisons between this year's superstorms and last year's very dry drought year, and to me, looking at the data comparisons, just apples to oranges. And so I'm curious, are you able to opine on maybe any percentage or number or anything of any of those limb failures or tree-related electric outages that you believe were caused by the updated tree ordinance?
No, I don't think there would have been any immediate effect.
Sorry?
I don't think there would have been any immediate effect this winter.
From the tree ordinance?
Correct.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I think it is an important reminder, especially we have three new council members, and it was mentioned a few times tonight by some of our public commenters. This is just not an extreme ordinance, despite talking points by some. This really was a product of substantial community involvement. We involved community groups, the ARB, Parks and Recreation Commission, and the full council to discuss these expanded protections. And really was just kind of meant to move us to the median in the region by protecting trees over 15 inches in diameter. And so there was a lot of careful consideration given to that number and the fact that it aligned with the same protections offered by neighbors in Mountain View, Menlo Park, and Los Altos. They've all showed that this has been a workable model. East Palo Alto goes even further in their protections to 8 inches. Redwood City and Sunnyvale protect theirs at 12 inches. So I think that's all really important context to keep in mind. And I think, of course, the timing and the difficulty of having passed this expanded ordinance and then having storms that we have not seen in decades hit, trees are going to react that way in those type of conditions, unfortunately, and hearing our city arborist confirmed that was helpful. And yeah, kind of addressing just the fact we are a green city, just passed our SCAP. It seems very kind of just, it's counterintuitive to me to have done all that and now kind of turn around and maybe question this expanded tree ordinance. I mean, our SCAP plan really relies on our ability to significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but I don't see how we're going to do that if we weaken our natural tree canopy. And there was this article published by Penn State. I'll just read. There was the opening sentence in this article on the importance of trees in the battle of climate change. Says, quote, "Trees are without a doubt the best carbon capture technology in the world." And I know through our SCAP discussions, we've talked a lot about new and developing technologies that we're going to need to be able to meet our 80 by 30 goals. And we really need to be able to be, I think, all hands on deck in that effort, and being able to make sure that we are protecting this tree canopy is critical. And I heard some comments up here at the dais tonight about the possibility of removing older trees, replacing with younger trees or multiple trees. And the data, and I think it was the U.S. Geological Survey, has published a lot of reports on the fact that older trees sequester more carbon than young trees, and that cutting down older trees release more carbon into the air. So it really is just not an equal trade-off to cut down an existing older tree, replace it with a new young one. Even if we're replacing an older existing tree with multiple young trees, we're not going to see the type of payoff that we hope in carbon sequestration for decades to come. So I hesitate us going in that direction. I think I'm interested to see ideas that will come when this comes back in the fall, and hearing what the PTC has to say on this issue is going to be enlightening as well. But also, we're not done implementing this ordinance. I mean, I really think this study session is premature, given we're not done with it, and we haven't had an opportunity for PTC and Parks and Rec to be able to really weigh in further. So just want to caution us moving in that direction. You know, we're listening to the experts tonight. We have one here. We have Canopy that has sent in a letter of support as well. And so I think it's critical that we stay the course, listen to the experts, and make refinements in the periphery, in the areas that can be meaningful. But to say, and I didn't hear that tonight, but to say at the dais, but to say to just abandon this effort, I think that's what I said. No one said it up here. To abandon the effort would be unwise.
Councilmember Lefcourt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Vice Mayor, what was the study you cited? Where was it from?
It was Penn State, and then one from the U.S. Geological Survey.
Okay, Penn State. I'll see you Penn State and raise you UC Berkeley, which is hard for a Stanford graduate to say, but nevertheless. I've become aware recently of a Cal Berkeley study that suggests that urban infill is by far. And I'm not an expert in the subject, but I have been intrigued by those data. And it underscores my concern that we shouldn't shortchange our housing infill goals by prioritizing trees over infill in every instance. So with that in mind, two more pieces of data I'd like to see when y'all come back in the fall, Mr. Gollinger. First, better data on the problem we are solving. As a member of the public suggested, our canopy here in Palo Alto already exceeds that of surrounding cities. So comparing our protection efforts to theirs feels like comparing apples to oranges. They're trying to grow a canopy to be what we already have. So of course they have stricter protections in place. I'm wondering what kind of data the city has historically gathered on the growth of our tree canopy. I don't know how far back it goes, but it would be great to see how our canopy has expanded over time and where it is today. And because I think then we really have a sense of the problem we're trying to solve, or whether there is a problem to solve. Second, to the point made by Ms. Russin, and I think we're all very moved, and we could all put ourselves in her shoes of just the fear that any of us fears as parents, as humans, when our lives appear to be in imminent danger. She did a great job of sharing the story of trying to approach the city about the potential for tree removal. And what we heard from her was that she felt discouraged from even applying for a permit. And I worry that anyone in that circumstance doesn't even show up in the data. So I'm wondering if there is an ability for you to come back to us with the touch points that staff have had with people who've been persuaded no need to go for a permit because it won't be granted. I think it's important for us to know how many of such interactions are happening. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you. Just very briefly. What I was trying to suggest was the idea of canopy equivalency, whatever that may take. That's what the experts would tell us. Maybe it's very hard. Maybe it's 6 trees to 1. Maybe it depends on the variety, the age, et cetera, et cetera. But that's the concept, is not necessarily a 1-for-1 idea. It's just the fact that, some aging trees do just that. They age, they die, or they may be unattractive for other reasons in a particular setting that has evolved. And so just being wedded in perpetuity to the particular ones that are there is something that I don't know that we want to wed ourselves to. If there is another option, I just want to learn more about it. So I would just appreciate that, being informed to learn from experts. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to say that I align a lot with what Vice Mayor Stone said. If the city is really truly serious about climate change and sequestration, our urban canopy needs to be part of the solution. As the Vice Mayor said, a lot of the older trees do sequester more carbon, and it's stored in all the public and private trees that are here, and it will be needed to help for us to reach our 2030 sustainability climate action plan in its reduction goal. Also, with the climate action plan, it's to increase tree canopy to 40% citywide coverage by 2030. Then there is the city program of 10,000 trees in 10 years. The city program that is with canopy to address tree inequity in South Palo Alto compared to North Palo Alto. Trees also capture the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, then fixing it, doing photosynthesis to store it in biomass. So that's sequestration. But also, one thing that it does is it also produces oxygen, which is released into the atmosphere. So there is benefits to this, whereas I don't see concrete or dead wood that is going to be producing oxygen. And it's there is a lot of data that's asked from you. And I hope that part of what you come back with is also perhaps the amount of carbon that's sequestered. And if it's able to be calculated through some of the universities, what is the amount potential oxygen that comes out from mature trees in different sizes. Looking at baby trees, planting numerous of them is never comparable to a old tree that has matured and is also doing a lot of the carbon sequestration work. So I thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Yes. So first, I want to make sure that we're not framing this discussion in false alternatives. There's certainly no one on this dais that I know of who is advocating not removal of this ordinance, but radical departures from this, nor anyone for at least least 6 of us who are not supportive of a growth in our canopy. And we have been having and will continue to have a growth in our canopy. I come at this with maybe a longer term perspective on this. We live in what is naturally predominantly an oak savanna, which is grassland and scattered native oaks. And then intersected with what were natural riparian corridors that were narrow and very rich in biodiversity. We have developed an incredible canopy in this city. When I was a child, one of the things we would do would come to Palo Alto to see what a beautiful canopy it was. And it is a richer canopy by far today than it was then. It's one of our treasures. It provides cooling and it provides not only carbon sequestration, but other benefits on pollutant protection. It provides, when it's a right canopy of a natural environment, it enhances our ecosystem and all of the elements to a full ecosystem. But that doesn't mean that we need to treat this in absolutist terms. And I think it's a real fallacy to equate all those values with an absolutism on this subject. So I think that we should be having a greater focus on our most important heritage trees. And part of my concern is that we say that we protect, when we look at heritage oaks, for instance, we have a real problem in this area that we have, until recent decades, not recognized that we tend to overwater the surrounding within the drip lines and we damage them. I have a real concern about that, when we lose 200 or 300-year-old oaks, that's a real problem. I do think that this winter, it was a severe exception in terms of the combination of wind and rain, but we are likely to have more severe winters than we have had in the past, even if we won't have this winter on a routine basis. I think that we really need to look at what are the other aspects that we're looking at from that are either trade-offs or other goals that we have related to this. And not only, I think we need to figure out how we balance not only the ability to specifically identify a hazard of a tree, but what about prospective hazards that can't be determined? And do we differentiate between people's backyards and front yards, and what are the public value that we place on front yard trees versus a private value on backyard trees? I'm not saying that we should grant carte blanche on backyard trees. I just don't know how to balance those quite right and yet, and I'm not sure we've done that in the code. I am not as there are the absolute quantitative numbers of increasing canopy are a value, but placing essentially all 15-inch diameter trees in a protected status, regardless of whether they are part of a natural ecosystem here, I'm not sure I'm wedded to that. And I'd rather have us be looking at long-term, and this is a long-term process, rebuilding a canopy that is reflective of a natural ecosystem to the degree that we can, than treating all trees as being nearly equal in value. I know that we differentiate, but we've gotten to that point. So, and I also would say that not only do we have issues around ADUs, but we have issues around daylight, people who can't grow gardens in their backyards because of canopies. Where is that trade-off? And I don't know the correct balance, but I know that those are competing issues. And we've kind of emphasized one half of an equation, and there are other things on the other half of the equation. I think the net result will continue to be that we're going to embrace policies that will continue to increase our canopy, no matter what tweaks we have. How much and how we trade off these other things is what I think we're struggling with. So those are my comments. Thanks.
All right, I don't see any other lights. I want to say thank you. We're going to conclude this item. Thank you, Mr. Gollinger and Mr. Eggleton. Thank you. I just want to also, it's 10:26. We have one last item. It's an action item. It's a colleague's memo with regards to Friendship Cities. It's a new designation. So I would like to ask council members to give me a nod to go ahead. I would encourage you to please do so, but I can also understand. I don't see any lights. Oh, Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm always happy to see good efforts at connecting people by my friends at Neighbors Abroad, and thank you for bringing this to us. I just one point of clarification. The Friendship Cities that are, as mentioned here, are described on the Sister Cities International website. Is the idea that it wasn't crystal clear to me from this? I just want to confirm. We're talking about Friendship Cities for international cities only, not domestic cities, correct? I'm getting nods. So, okay, take that as correct. Great. Okay. I assume that was the case. It just was not clear to me. Then my only other question was in the on page, I don't know what page it is of your memo, but 909, where it talks about the process for creating a Friendship City. And it talks about the liaison. I had understood that prior sister cities may have come straight to the councils of whole, but I just want to confirm, is the idea that the liaison has to approve it or could veto it, the mayor has to approve it and or could veto it, the vice mayor has to approve it, and council, could any one of them veto it under this process?
Into an alternative way.
Yeah, sorry.
We can look at a different way of having it approved. You know, maybe once it's introduced, it can just come straight to council for council to decide. You know, I think just make it simpler.
That would be my thought.
I mean,
it's just
a suggestion.
Yeah, so that's just a friendly suggestion would be to do that, to have it. Obviously, you'd want Neighbors Abroad on board. Sorry, it's late. Neighbors Abroad on board. But then it seems like it could come to council. I'm just worried that if it's a good idea and, 5 or 6 of us are in support and, it sounds like any one of those 3 could say no. And it's up to you, but it seems to me maybe we want to just bring it to council.
There's a lot of layers there, right?
Yes, there's a lot of layers there.
Yeah. Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, I have heard from members of the public and others along the same line about and thought more about kind of the complexity of that process. We were trying to frame it as, okay, we have Neighbors Abroad buy-in and the council rep says, yeah, it's great. And then we wanted to essentially be able to streamline the process from there. But the alternative is we bring it forward. Now, under that second scenario of it would probably be a colleague's memo, I think that as of right now, all colleagues' memos come as action items. Is that correct? And they cannot come as consent. Or can they?
I don't think they can, because the guideline for consent is something that council has essentially already signed off on the idea. And a colleague's memo is a new topic. So I can't conceive of one that could come on consent.
Yeah. Okay. So, when the alternative is that we look at this friendship city concept, and I do want to speak to what's different about that from a sister city, but that we just go through a colleague's memo and then go forward on that basis. And they would be agendized and we'd go forward there. As far as that distinction between why this friendship city is there, I think it's we do get requests. We have, out of those requests, we have a subset of them that Neighbors Abroad is interested in pursuing, and that they would have this kind of threshold where they'd have the support that would be needed to be able to have volunteers that would be engaged in that. But also, what we've had in the past, if we considered a new sister city, we were either all in or not in. And we didn't have a chance to try on and see whether we would want a couple alternatives. Yes, after a couple of years, say, yeah, this is a good thing, we should go forward with a sister city, or maybe it should stay in a friendship city category, which is kind of a lesser commitment. Or third option is, no, we went through this friendship city and we're not interested in continuing the relationship on that basis. So it would let all the parties kind of have a more cautious step in considering a sister city relationship, that we'd get to know each other first. So those were the kind of the intended purposes of this, and I agree on the alternative process.
Council, do we have public speakers? We do. Is it okay to go to public speakers first? Thank you for staying so long.
I'm going to speak to it just a little bit. I'm Sarah Burgess. I'm president of Neighbors Abroad. Thank you for considering the Friendship City proposal through the colleagues memo. Basically, our sister city anyway, and we have a lot of different types of interactions, from student exchanges to delegate trips to projects that we put on in the sister cities. The one thing that's true of all of them is the sister city relationships benefit our city. They align with council goals. The relationships not only create these cultural bonds, but also extend significant civil benefits to the city. We support the priority on climate change and natural environment through our carbon offset program with Oaxaca, as well as the rainwater capture program there, through the sharing of our best practices with our European cities, as well as supporting Palo now to encourage their budding carbon sequestration programs and efforts. We support the priority of economic recovery and transition with their delegations from these cities, visiting the city, staying in hotels, eating in restaurants, and promoting Palo Alto in their locations. We're linked through two accelerators, actually, to our that are within the city of Palo Alto, the Nordic Innovation House and the German Accelerator, both of which work with our sister cities in those countries and are involved in our relationships. Our engagement also gives us a widely circulated presence across our borders through the press. Our recent support of an Asian women-owned business, our current visit to Enschede, Netherlands, with local and Bloomington students exploring the life of Pastor Oberdine and his successful efforts to hide Jewish children and adults from the Nazis, as well as nearly all delegation visits, are covered by highly favorable, positive press, which otherwise would not be available to our city. Our sister cities relationships support the city's goals of diversity, equity, and inclusion as well. We have students right at this minute, either returning from Tashura, Japan, or in Tashura, Japan, Enschede, the Netherlands, and Oaxaca, learning about other cultures and learning to appreciate them. And just as an aside, my Oaxacan student just just texted me yesterday and said, what can I do to continue to support these organizations down here? I've never been so moved in my life. So it's touching to see what happens. As a volunteer organization, we put in a lot of hours and we do our best to keep the staff support to a minimum. It's in our conscience all the time in the efforts that we take. Some things can't be avoided, like getting approval of the use of city facilities and scheduling events on the calendar of council members and the display of international gifts. But we do consistently attempt to take as much on as we can ourselves. But we receive contacts on a regular basis seeking to add to our list of sister cities, as I know the city does as well. We'd like to be able to select from them to add the benefits to those cities to our relationships, but have a simpler method to do it and a simpler relationship in doing so. Friendship cities, we hope, would have a less complicated path to create the relationship. Our board would require a dedicated committee already in place.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Your time is up.
Through the chair, may I ask the President of Sister Cities what else you wanted to say?
I wanted to describe the relationship if I could, because I think it might be helpful. So I'm sorry about that.
Sure. Thank you, Mahia.
We want to have a dedicated committee already in place to run the relationship. We want to have a contract for the relationship, setting forth more simple goals, more limited goals, so it's not the broad relationship to start. And of course, we want the 3-year duration only, so that we can see perhaps the relationship will run its course within the 3 years. And if it's longer, we could go on, or we could morph it into a traditional sister city relationship. We can't take on all cities to the degree and the depth that we have already in the past, but we don't want to turn down some of the cities that are in the offing and hope that this is a path to be able to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Burgess.
Our next speaker is Aram James.
For the record, Madam Mayor, the last speaker was given 4 minutes. Make the record. So I went over as a student exchange student for 3 weeks to the then Soviet Union. And the idea was to, my dad's mass exchange, they called it Citizens Exchange Corps. And before that, they called it peace hostages. And the goal was that we would meet our counterparts, okay, in the Soviet Union on the theory that since we're in the middle of the Cold War, the program was originated in 1962. We met our counterparts in an effort to mitigate the risks of nuclear war. So I know a little bit about that. Grew up hearing about mass exchanges, my entire childhood. But, what I would like to see, and my dad was not afraid to go to the Soviet Union when it was unpopular with the government. He had a long FBI record for, a Jew going out and trying to make policy with the Soviets to try to prevent nuclear war. But what I'd like to see now is a sister city with the Palestinians, okay? Because you and I all know, we read the papers, the New York Times, we read it all. Even the pro-Zionist newspapers will admit that war crimes are occurring. The Israeli government is perpetrating those with U.S. support, $3, $4, $5 billion a year for a country that only has 10 million people. They're armed with nuclear weapons, and we should. And they're pushing settlements. Talking about the Israelis into the precious limited lands of the Palestinians. So why don't we do something really provocative in a city where we have a lot of outspoken Zionists, and that's okay. They're entitled to their opinion, but so am I. I want to see a sister city in Gaza, the West Bank, some of the Palestinian cities, so we will have the ability to have our eyes and be firsthand witnesses to the war crimes that the Israelis, like I said, with our money, with U.S. government support, commit against the Palestinian people every day. So now is that going to happen? Am I going to have even one vote in support of that? Probably not, but I'm not going to stop talking about it. Let's have a day to talk about Palestinian rights and human rights. A little equal time, just a little bit, for the Palestinian people and the plight that they undergo because of the Israeli war crimes that are occurring every day. I appreciate the time.
That was our final speaker.
Thank you. So back to council, and thank you for waiting. And Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple quick questions. One is your intent to send this over to PNS because you referenced council procedures and protocols. It does appear that there's still a lot left to be sorted out on page 909. So I'm just wondering how you want to process this. And secondly, I always want to note the fact that I think this could be way too successful. And that's kind of hinted at in some of the verbiage here as well. We could have a lot of cities that want to do this. And so related to that is my other question is, should it be a council member or can it be an active member of the community that could represent us? So that was 3 all at once. But the basic question is, how do you want to process this? Do you want to revise the colleagues memo, or should it go to PNS, or?
Actually, you want to, when you say revise the memo, where are you looking to revise? I'm sorry? Oh, the recommendation?
Well, when you're discussing the fiscal and resource impact about stuff that still has to be done, it seems like there's more things that you might want to work out there.
Do you have any suggestions? Vice Mayor, Councilmember Burt?
Well, I think we have 2 alternatives, depending on what consensus we have tonight. But I think referring it to Policy and Services Committee with certain guidance from the council tonight would be fine.
Can I get back to you? I mean, after consider, but I just kind of.
Yeah, no, that was all of my comments. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Lifcut-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank my colleagues for bringing this forward. I'm really enchanted by the idea. Nice to have a different tier of city relationship that we might be able to enter into and get some of the obvious benefits in both directions without it being the deep commitment of the sister or sibling city relationship. I am struck by the amount of work and just the optimism that a community member will take responsibility for the relationship and become a board member of Neighbors Abroad. I love the sound of that. And I'm also seeing staff's concern, language like staff believes that the fiscal and resource impact should not be considered insignificant nor fully defined at this time. So I'm trying to read here between the lines. I'm sort of feeling like staff are waving yellow to orange flags here saying, please, 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 please don't do too much here. Don't commit to something and think it's not going to impact us. So, we've just adopted a budget that adds a number of new staff positions, some of which are in direct response to budget items we added in the tier 2. So that would be, as we go to, if PNS is the direction in which this goes, obviously PNS will do a thoughtful review of what would the staffing impacts be. Frankly, I do agree, whomever said it, like this, I think maybe it was Councilmember Lowing who said, we could see many of these. And it may be that one day there's, more of a staff presence around this issue of these important relationships that we have with jurisdictions around the globe as we try to solve some of the biggest problems we all have in common. And so maybe this turns out to be a stepping stone toward that. I don't know. But I just want to be respectful of staff concerns about the burden on them. So I'm looking forward to policy and services delving into that. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you guys for bringing this forward. I, in general, think that it's good that we try to learn more about others and get best practices. And so I think there's definitely goodness in having more friends and talking to other cities. So in principle, I'm okay with that. But with that said, we have, I think the staff report said we have 8 sister cities and 1 sibling city. And I just wonder, with even the cities we have, do we have time to kind of maintain all those relationships? Because it seems like a lot already, especially for a city of our size. And so I've been thinking about, like, can we really take on more? I mean, I think staff has said many times that they're concerned about resources, right? And I think they've told us like several meetings about this. And so I'm just leery about piling more. Now, if we do all this with volunteers, great. Okay, no problem. But if we are looking to spend, more city resources, more staff time, more dollars on this, I think we have to think very, very carefully. I mean, I think this year we have a budget, but it's, we're taking a big chunk out of our BSR, budget stabilization reserve, and so that's concerning. We've raised fees up on everything, including our utilities again today. So I just think we have to be conscious in terms of the resources that the city has, as well as the resources our constituents have. So in general, I could support the idea, but I would not support having any resources that staff time or dollars that go towards this. If we could do it purely just more ceremonial, that's great. But I don't think I would support this if this means that, staff says, oh, we need another $500,000 to do this, or another $100,000, or whatever it happens to be. I just can't see supporting something like that, especially given our current situation. Because I think what's really important for us is to foster the relationships that we have. We have 9 other cities already. Do a better job in that, and serve the people here in our city well. I think that's more important than it's kind of like if you try to spread yourself too thin, you're not going to do a good job in anything. So I think it's better for us to focus.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, I think everyone, including Neighbors Abroad, shares a recognition that we want to be very judicious in any additional relationships. One of the things that we're more aware as a city, if we have interactions and to the extent there are city resources, but behind the scenes, the greatest commitment to this in resources and person power that goes into this is through Neighbors Abroad, and a lot of that we don't even see. We have 8 or including sibling 9 relationships, and over the last couple of years, we have maybe 3 events a year on average of delegations that visit, and when those happen, there are a combination of Neighbors Abroad resources and some city resources that are used. We do get really significant benefits. We've seen in recent years this emphasis on sharing of best practices, both in innovation practices and in environmental and sustainability practices. That's been a really growing relationship. Our objectives on diversity has really been also enhanced. Not only do we have this rich relationship with Oaxaca, which is also now a way in which we have the most meaningful carbon offsets, but we have Our relationship with Palo in the Philippines is now looking at having a similar carbon offset program, but it has really been a growing role of the relationship in our regional Filipino American community. We have our relationship with Yangpu in district of Shanghai, and we've talked about how do we really engage this really sizable portion of our population here in Palo Alto who are ethnic Chinese and many Chinese immigrants. And this has brought community members into civic involvement in a way that we didn't have otherwise. I know that there's, to my knowledge, only two cities that Neighbors Abroad has been looking at potential friendship city, and one is in Kenya, and with a emphasis again on a really impactful reforestation carbon offset initiative. And Neighbors Abroad has been very progressive in their approaches. We have Shikura, Japan. So we have 3 Asian cities as we as a region and a city have become increasingly a higher and higher proportion of our population is Asian. This has helped very much further how we draw people into civic involvement and promote that. And then lastly, economic. We get from our come here purposefully for economic development relationships. And we don't see all that because a lot of that goes through the private sector when they're here. We get a sprinkling of it. But as we are looking at our economic recovery and our role as a city that is resurging as its historic reputation as a global center of innovation, this really does further that. And it's not always highly visible to us, but it's really valuable. So I think those are all reasons why, one, we all share that we want to be judicious in moving this forward. And maybe that's one of the things that P&S needs to look at is how to do that. But Neighbors Abroad has the same concern, and that's why they framed it this way. So I don't expect that this is going to be all doors open here, but how do we set some boundaries on it, I think is a very legitimate question.
Okay, so I think what Councilmember Burt said about it's okay to send over to policy and services for further discussion, that will be fine. But I think also that, it's wise to kind of look at this, and I appreciate Neighbors Abroad finding a different way in order to address the many interested cities that want to have a relationship with Palo Alto. I think I do think that it is we do have to recognize that there are a lot of international cities as well as cities within here in US that do want to have a relationship. So it's something that we have to recognize and acknowledge. But I also know that Neighbors Abroad work very hard in ensuring the relationship is maintained and fostered. Have appreciated much of staff support through the years on this. I know sometimes having the facilities here being used, it does take up resources, but again, it is City Hall. So I also want to say that, through my year so far of being mayor, we've been contacted by a number of other mayors. We had the mayor of Cyprus come out. We had the mayor of, I'm sorry, I forget the city in France, the one near the airport that visited with us. Do you know the name to it?
No, but in each case, we aren't looking at doing a friendship city, but there is economic development value.
There are absolute interests, from different cities. So I hope that we can move this forward, developing the sister city relationship. and also sending it to Policy and Services for further discussion. And we do have Arlen that is knocking on the door right now to be our friendship city. So yeah, this is something that, and the city is called Dunleary. Thank you. So if we can do this in a manner that we can at least give Dunleary an answer, that would be nice. Okay, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I will move that we refer this to the Policy and Services Committee with the comments that have been provided by the council tonight.
Second.
Would you like to speak to it?
I'm good.
Would you? Okay, so Madam, we have Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so I guess I'm still not clear here. So is this going to, like I said, I can support it if there's no resource impact to the city, but if it does have resource impact, I don't think I could support it. So I guess what is, I'm just trying to understand what this
I
motion.
can answer that. The zero resource impact is not what we would be facing. It's what we we anticipate would be a modest.
Okay, that's I know enough to vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt?
Oh, no, she's calling the
calling
vote.
the
She's conducting the vote. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Mayor Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Lipcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you so much. Thanks, staff, and we're adjourned.